हॅलो.
हॅलो. हा आम्ही
हा
सुरू
बोला की.
करूयात. हा सुरू करतोय आता.
बर बर.
हा
ठीक आहे
हा
ठीक
सुरू करतो. हो रंजन सर सुरू करेंगे.
आहे. हो सुरू करा सुरू
Sure,
करा.
sure,
येस.
sure, sure, sure.
ओके ओके हा अरे सर करा सुरू.
ओके ओके सर ओके.
हा आम्ही सुरू केलं.
Okay. Good morning to all. I'm Dr. Prashant Saure, the convener of this international conference. Welcome all of you in this one-day international conference organized by Indapur Taluka Shikshan Prasarak Mandal's College of Arts Bhigwan and Rangapara College, Assam, on the topic Changing Perspectives of Language, Literature, Science and Social Science. I'm very happy to welcome the chief guest of inauguration function, Honorable Harshavardhanji Patil Sahib, former Minister of Cooperation and Parliamentary Affairs, Maharashtra State. I welcome Dr. Babalola Ideal Samuel, the keynote address speaker, renowned educationist and research scholar from Nigeria. I welcome chairperson of this session, Principal Dr. Sakharam Patil sir, ex-BOS chairman of Zoology, Savitribai Phule, Pune University, Pune. I welcome Dr. Charu Sahariya Nath, Honorable President of Rangapara Education Society. Dr. Ranjan Kalita sir, Principal Rangapara College, Assam. Principal Dr. Mahadev Walun sir, Convener Rakesh Chandra Sarkar sir, Professor Santosh Mane sir, and all the dignitaries. I welcome all the guests by offering a virtual bouquet. Friends, we are here for one-day international conference on changing perspectives of language, literature, science, and social science. First of all, I thank all the participants for giving us an overwhelming response by sending their research papers. As we all know that today the world is going through a very critical crisis due to COVID-19. Due to COVID-19, health, environment, science, technology, everything is changed. Already, due to modernization, there are great change in the lifestyle of people. So it is an urgent need to discuss on the topic of changing perspectives of all the fields. So by coming together, Indapur Taluka Shikshan Prasarak Mandal's College of Arts and Rangapara Education Society's Rangapara College, Assam, we have decided to organize this international conference. Without spending much time, I request Honorable Principal Dr. Ranjan Kalita sir to give an introductory speech. Dr. Ranjan Kalita sir, Principal, Rangapara College, Assam.
Thank you, Prashantji. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Good morning and welcome to the International E-Conference on changing perspective of language, literature, science, and social science. Respected Honorable Harshavardhan Patilji, former Minister of the Government of Maharashtra, renowned scholar, researcher, Babalola Ayodele Samuelji from Nigeria, South Africa, Dr. Sukhram Patilji, Honorable Chairperson of the session, Dr. Mahadev Walnus, the Principal of the Arts College of Bhigwan, Dr. Prashant Saure, and Dr. Santosh Mane, convener of the program and the key person of the program, Dr. Ranendra Mohan Dekaji, the Vice Principal of Rangapura College, Honorable Chairperson and Resource Person of different technical session, respected faculty members of Arts College of Vidban and Rangapura College, respected research scholars and participants. In this virtual platform, we have connected with very renowned resource persons from different part of the world and different part of the India. They will discuss about the changing perspective of language, literature, social science, etc. This is the time of COVID pandemic that have been never dreamed of. In India, more than 150 million 1.5 million educational institutions closed down due to COVID pandemic. More than 300 million students are affected from pre-primary to university level due to COVID pandemic. Though there are many negative impacts from the COVID-19 outbreak on the field of education in India as well as over the world. But there were also some positive impact on this field, which could take the education system and its method a step higher. The pandemic has opened gaps to innovative methods of transmission of knowledge across the globe. I would like to point out few positive impacts of COVID-19 outbreak. Number one, move towards blended learning. All education institutions from pre-primary to university level now move towards blended mode of learning, that is online learning and classroom learning. Number two, enhance the use of soft copy of learning materials. During the pandemic period, students were not able to collect the hard copies of study materials, and it is bound to collect the e-materials or soft materials. Rise online meetings. The pandemic has created a massive rise in virtual meetings, webinars, e-conference, etc. Improvement of collaborative work. There is a new opportunity where collaborative teaching, I think someone unmute, please mute the microphone. Asanji, some noise are coming. Okay.
Okay.
There is a
Good morning. Babalala sir, please unmute yourself. Babalala sir, unmute yourself, please.
Can you hear me?
okay. Okay. There is a new opportunity where collaborative teaching, learning, collaborative academic activities can take place on new online forms. Collaboration also can happen among teachers and students across the world.
Okay, can I start now?
Again, unmuted.
Hello.
Babalala sir, please mute your mic, sir.
Hello, good morning. hear me? Okay, good morning, everyone.
Okay. It is the tragedy of online platform. I think it is a tragedy. Okay. Collaboration also can happen among teachers and students across the world to benefit from each other. Today, this international e-conference is organized by jointly two colleges, one from southwest part of India, Indapur Taluka Shikshan Prasarak Mandal's College of Arts, Bhigban, Pune, and another from northeast India, this corner of India, which is Rangapara College from Assam. This collaboration also can be considered as a positive impact of COVID-19 outbreak. This is the beginning. I hope both the colleges will take more collaborative effort in academic program, in organizing academic program in near future also. This initiative has engaged multiple expert resource person from different part of world. We have resource person Babalula Samuel connected from Nigeria, Dr. Olokpal being connected from Bangladesh, Dr. Ashok Hanjagi from Bangalore, India. We have connected our honorable chairperson from next technical session, Dr. Roshana Rasek, Dr. Jutiram More, and Dr. Devendra Parikh. I am sure this international webinar will be very successful, fruitful. Finally, I am thankful to Dr. Mahadev Walnus, the principal of Arts College of Bhigban, Dr. Prashant Soure, Santosh Mane, and all the faculty members of Arts College Bhigban, and my colleagues, Rakesh Sarkar, our Honorable Vice Principal, Dr. Deka, and all faculties and participants. With this few words, I would like to conclude my introductory speech. Thank you to each and every one of you for being here with us. Thank you. Over to Prashantji.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir. A very proper introduction and which show the direction of this international conference. One more point you mentioned in your introductory speech that the two colleges from different part of India are coming together. And though there are so many negative impact of COVID-19, yet we have taken into consideration COVID-19 in a positive way. And how can education system run? So this is the best example we are showing through this conference. So thank you, sir. I welcome Dr. Babalola, sir, from Nigeria. He joined this conference. He's the keynote speaker of this international conference. Now, I welcome Honorable Harshavardhanji Patil, sir, who is the chief guest of this inauguration function. It gives me an immense pleasure to introduce such a grand personality who is available for us for today's inauguration function. Honorable Patil Sahib, he is the president of Indapur Taluka Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, Shri Shivaji Education Society, Shahaji Pratishthan. These are the leading educational institutes in Pune district and Maharashtra. He is former Minister of Maharashtra State. He is one of the few ministers who presided as Minister for 4 consecutive terms in the government of Maharashtra. He had shouldered the responsibility of Minister of State for Agriculture, Minister for Marketing, Minister for Employment Guarantee Scheme, Minister for Parliamentary Affairs, and Minister for Cooperation. He is honored as the Best Parliamentary Affairs Minister Award by the President of India, Pratibha Patil. He has made significant contribution in the development of Indapur, Pune, and Maharashtra. He is known as a studious, cultured, sensitive leader of Maharashtra. He has written a book, Vidhanagatha, which gives information about the workings of the assembly. Today, we have a creative writer, sensitive person, a cultured politician, a good administrator, studious educator, multifaceted personality, Honorable Harshvardhanji Patil, as the chief guest for the inaugural function of this international conference on changing perspectives of language, literature, science, and social science. Saib, I welcome you and request you to deliver inaugural speech. Thank you, Honorable Harshvardhanji Patil Saib.
साहेब अनम्यूट केलेले नाही, आवाज येत नाही.
Yes, good morning to all of you.
Good morning.
आवाज येतोय?
हो सर, हो सर.
Yes, can you hear me? Yeah. Good morning, all my friends. I am Harshvardhan Patil, President of Indapur Taluka Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, Indapur, Maharashtra. I really, it gives me a pleasure to welcome all of you on the occasion of one-day multidisciplinary online international conference jointly organized by Indapur Taluka Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, Big One, and Rangapara College, Amribari, Assam. Dr. Babulala Ayodela Samuel, the keynote speaker of the online conference, who joined from Nigeria. Principal Dr. Sakaram Patil, chairman of this inaugural session. Dr. Charu Saharia Nath, president of Rangapara Society, Assam. Dr. Rajan Kalita, principal, Rangapara College, Assam. Our principal, Dr. Mahadevarav Waluns, Dr. Prashant Chaure, who is the coordinator of this conference, Dr. Rakesh Sarkar, Professor Santosh Mane, and all our professors, research scholars, and students who joined in this conference from all over the world. At the outset, I would like to announce that this international conference has been inaugurated. Indapur Taluka Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, I want to just brief in a very short manner that this institute was founded in 1938, and now we are having 2 to 3 colleges, we are having some high schools, and approximately 15,000 students are working in our campus, and basically we are based on rural education, and our priority is mainly for rural students, especially who come from backward community, who come from poor families, and from the drought-prone area, from project-affected area. So this is the way we are trying to give a good education for new generation. Other institutes also we have, and we are basically doing a good job for educations. So this was a very short introduction from our society. First of all, I congratulate to all the organizers for organizing this conference on the very important topic of changing perspectives of language, literature, science, and social science. I think this is a very important topic which has been selected. In the present time, there is a need of discussion and research on such important topic. All of you are aware this conference is interdisciplinary. Everyone is able to participate in the conference. It is a matter of great pleasure that the researchers and scholars from India and abroad are participating in this conference. It is very commendable that the academic facilities are taking such an innovative initiatives in the midst of the terrible crisis of epidemic of corona. In order to defeat corona, we have to preserve with restraint and confidence and find such new alternates. Today, radical changes are taking place in all areas of life. In fact, change of the law of nature. So the topic of this conference, changing perspectives of language, literature, science, and social science, is very valuable in today's perspectives. Corona is causing a lot of sudden changes in all areas. We all are aware of these things. This has confused the world, we don't even have time to recognize and understand the changes. So such conferences are more important to deal with the challenges. We have to move forward by accepting the changes, new technology and new challenges. I am very happy that approximately 180 researchers have submitted their research papers for this conference. It is very important that they are being published. It will be available to future researchers. The book of collection of research papers will be used as a reference book. The success of this conference is due to the fact that such a large number of researchers have been thoughtfully. Corona and the new education policy are also bringing about radical changes in the field of education. Technology has become more important. Big changes are taking place in traditional education. Against this backdrop, colleges from different states and nations will have to come together and work in the future. The forerunners of this change are our College of Arts and Bigun and Rangapara College, Assam. It is safe to say that these two colleges have been started looking at the future in a real sense. I really feel very proud and happy that all the experts, mentors, teachers, researchers, students who have taken participate in this one-day conference, definitely this conference, because this topic is very important. I really congratulate our principal, Dr. Walunj and Prashant, then all the other team. They have done a wonderful job because all of you are aware the lockdown is partly lifted, but still we are facing lots of problems. We are also in a worrying stage. The third epidemic spell, anytime it can happen. So this online education, the new technology for the education for the students, and what is happening in our country, in our state, and around the world, definitely we have to see that a radical change has to be performed in the field of education. Lastly, I really congratulate the college, which has been this Rangapara College from Assam, because Assam is in northeast and we are in the south. I have really visited many times in Assam. The Assam people are really very good people. They love the country, they love the new developments, and it's our pleasure that are working together, hands in hands, to see the new changes in education. Again, not too much of a time. This conference, changing perspectives of language, literature, science, and social science, is definitely going to give a boost for the future education facility. Lastly, I just want to comment. You please take care of all of yourself, your family, all the students, because we have lost many of our friends. We have lost many of good people due to this corona in our country, across the world. So once again, I congratulate all of you and I declare that my inauguration speech and this conference is open for a one-day discussion. Thanks for all of you joining, and really thanks Dr. Walunj and all his team who have done a good effort to organize all this one-day seminar. So good luck, best luck. Thanks to all.
Thank you, Saib. Thank you, Saib. Your presence and guidance is always enlightens us. You are always positive, and in this pandemic situation also, that how you show that how the people has to take their care. One more point, you noticed in your inaugural speech that these two colleges are the forerunners of the change, and the educational institutes and all the faculties has to accept this change. So thank you for encouraging us, guiding us. For this keynote address speaker conference, Dr. Babalal Idol Samuel from Nigeria, South Africa is present here. I welcome Dr. Babalal Idol Samuel sir in this international conference on changing perspectives of language, literature, science and social science. I'm pleased to welcome Dr. Babalal Idol sir. He is from Nigeria and he is the keynote speaker of today's international conference. Babalal Idol Samuel sir is a young parasitologist with a very keen interest in malaria, epidemiology and control. Presently, he is working in the Department of Pure and Applied Science, Federal University of Agriculture, Ogun State, Nigeria. He is a well-known young scientist in Nigeria and African continent. He has completed his Bachelor of Science degree in Zoology and Master of Science degree in Parasitology. He has completed his PhD in Zoology. He has completed 3 research projects, especially on malaria, and several other research projects are ongoing. He is currently working on different aspects of malaria. He also has carried out studies on neglected tropical diseases. He has been involved in both laboratory and epidemiological research.
Sir, your mic is muted, sir. Please unmute yourself. Sir, please unmute yourself.
चौरे सर आवाज येत नाही चौरे सर
माइक म्यूट करा okay okay today we have Dr. Babalal Idol Samuel sir from Nigeria as the keynote address speaker of this international conference, Changing Perspectives of Language, Literature, Science and Social Science. Dr. Babalal Idol is a young parasitologist with a keen interest in malaria, epidemiology and control. Presently, he is working in the Department of Pure and Applied Zoology, Federal University of Agriculture, Ogun State, Nigeria. He is a well-known young scientist in Nigeria and African continent. He has completed his Bachelor of Science degree in Zoology and Master of Science degree in Parasitomology. He has completed his PhD in Zoology. He has completed 3 research projects, especially on malaria, and several other research projects are ongoing. He currently is working on different aspects of malaria. He also has carried out studies on neglected tropical diseases. He has been involved in both laboratory and epidemiological research of parasitic diseases. He has 14 publications in peer-reviewed journals to his credit. Dr. Babalal Idol sir is the member of 4 professional bodies, including American Society for Microbiology, Multilateral Initiative for Malaria, Public Health and Parasitology Society of Nigeria, Pan-Africa Society for Mosquito Control. He is honored by 5 different bodies by giving him awards. He has attended several national and international conferences. He is a member of Technical Committee for Annual Operational Plan Development for Ogun State Malaria Elimination Program. Friends, today we are here, a young scientist, a sensitive researcher who is doing research which is useful to the society. Instead of spending much time, I request Dr. Babalola Ayodele sir from Nigeria to start his presentation, to start his keynote address speech. Thank you. Dr. Babalola Ayodele sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Good morning, everyone. I am Babalola Ayodele Samuel, and I'll be talking on changing the narrative of developing countries in the area of science, the era of global progress in scientific solutions. It is a fact that all agricultural development society is due to science and innovations. The fact is that with inventions of science, man's life has become easier. I believe everybody will agree with me, and more comfortable. Science has given man the prediction power about diseases and seasons. And similarly, due to science and technology, everyone can know about the other who is 1,000 miles away, sitting from this one. An example is we sitting down at different parts of the continent, and everybody is gathering to talk. That is how powerful science can be. And after the Second World War, a small technical elite arose in developing countries such as India, Pakistan, Brazil, and Iraq, who had been educated as scientists in the industrialized world. However, they venture into Manhattan Project type enterprises such as nuclear energy, electronic, pharmaceutical, or space research, with a conscious effort to compete with the developed countries. These researches mostly involve mobilization of thousands of technicians, and at the end of the day, it costs several $1 million, yet they end up failing to meet demands. This situation leaves majority of developing countries in abject poverty, poor economic growth, lack of basic amenities and infrastructures, lack of good and sound education for many years. But this is what we fail to understand, that the scientific development does not necessarily translate to possession of nuclear weapons or the capability to launch satellites. Rather, it requires modern agriculture, industrial system, and education. The technical elites naively believe that spin off from their nuclear energy or space program will somehow convert their countries to the 20th century industrialized states. Instead, there were heavy economic and political costs. For example, in India, such programs led to development of nuclear weapons, which only encouraged Pakistan to do the same, while many basic human needs, such as health and education, were not given the needed support. This is where we are currently. It is not far-fetched. There is no smoke without fire. Let me say here that where there is adequate science, living standard will greatly improve. If we are at the right phase in science, then we shouldn't be called developing countries. This means we are still lagging behind in scientific development at global level. Though some countries are now trying to solve their issues based on their own peculiarities. For example, Brazil is now developing methanol from agricultural products, and they are using it to fuel their automobiles. And this has greatly reduced the cost of importing gasoline and some other petroleum products. And they are getting closer to meeting up to the advancement in science that we see today. However, some countries, especially most African countries, are not even within the radar of scientific development. And a lot of factors are militating against growth in the area of science in developing countries. These factors include, but not limited to, number one, lack of political will by government. Number two, in developing countries, government goals and the demand side are often lacking. As a result, university and research have become the rest of the country. Also, another factor is that every government bureaucracy has wind up cultivating whatever science and technology is fashionable in developing countries. So, and if we are going to wait for the time when such competence will trigger development in a manner, it will just be like we are waiting, but nothing will happen. So we have to step up our game. We have to stand in the front line to ensure that we save our country, our continent in the area of science. And this can be done by intellectuals, by researchers, by academics. A further challenge for developing countries is the emigration of highly educated and skilled workers to developed countries. As we can see now, a lot of brains, a lot of people are moving out of developing countries to developed countries to go and develop further the countries that already developed. And this will result in what we call brain drain. When those that are skilled, that are knowledgeable, are leaving the country to another country, such country will face what we call brain drain. And that is the problem we are facing in the era of science, even in developing countries today. The rate of emigration is very high. So those are the factors that are mitigating against growth and development of science in developing countries. Then what are the way forward? How do we change this narrative? How do we change this perspective? This work is committed to you and I. Let us do our bit. Let us work very hard in order to be able to correct this anomaly. Number one is that there should be commitment of funding to science through prioritization of developing countries and establishment of graduate research institutes driven by local needs and trend in globalization. So we need to develop a habit of committing more fund and prioritizing developing countries. And if possible, to establish graduate research institutes that will be solving our own local problems, not trying to necessarily compete with developed nations. Let us solve our problems first. Let us try to improve life, quality of life in developing countries by solving our own local problem. Nigeria's problem is different from India's problem, is different from Brazil's problem, is different from Ghana's problem. So let us solve our problem locally. Then if quality of life is improved through such research, then we are getting closer to change. There should be sustainable partnership in developed countries. You cannot work in isolation. We have a lot of brains out there. When we have collaboration with them, then we can rub minds together. Then that we also encourage creation of conducive intellectual environments to take their sabbatical or study leave in developing countries, and even encourage us to return eventually. Also, there should be an ethnically and culturally encourage the communication of scientific ideas regardless of their sources. Part of the problem we face in science in developing countries is that there is a kind of marginalization. When you send a paper to all these reputable journals outside the country, because it's coming from Africa, because it's coming from India, because it's coming from somewhere, you see they reject. They treat your publication like there's no substance in it. All those things must be stopped if we want to move forward, especially in developing countries. Irrespective of where the paper is coming from, it should be given careful consideration. And number 4 is that we also need assistance of international courier companies in the shipment of equipment, laboratory, support materials, spare parts, books, and other supplies. Also, there should be also facilitation of science communication in developing countries. There is a bridge between researchers. Hello? there is a bridge between researchers and the grassroots, those that needed the outcome of the research, companies, developers, and the like. Those bridges should also be filled. So there should be a kind of communication strategy in developing countries to access information resources, development of libraries, equipment of libraries, and the government should try to take the necessary steps to strengthen and enforce copyright laws to prevent this mechanism. Also, we should also try to strengthen existing science efforts and infrastructures if we want to change the narrative of science in this era of global advancement. Dear colleagues, at this junction, I want to say that we can change the narrative of science in developing countries, especially in this era of global advancement in science, if we all put hands on deck to make things happen. Thank you everyone for the audience, and I've come to the end of the keynote address for this year conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Your speech is a really thought-provoking one, and you have raised a basic question that why the developing countries are developing and why developed countries are developed. So the basic difference between these two countries is the development in the field of science and technology. So that is a very important issue you have raised in the keynote address speech. And how can not only raised this issue, but also had given a solution on this, that is solve the problem of the people and develop the quality of life. If you do this, then and then the people will not move to the developed countries. And if the quality people will live in the developing countries, the countries will definitely develop, development will be there. So that is a very important issue you have raised. Now, the chairperson of this session is Dr. Sakharam Patil sir. Dr. Sakharam Patil sir is the chairperson of this inaugural session. He is a well-known educationist, a very disciplined administrator. Presently, he is working as the principal of Dada Saheb Godse Arts, Commerce and Science College, Vaduz, District Satara. He has 32 years experience of teaching, research and administration. He is ex-chairman of Board of Studies of Zoology, Savitribai Phule Pune University, Pune. He has published several papers in national and international journals. He had worked as an organizing secretary of 3 international, 7 national, 10 state level, 7 district level conferences. He has visited France, Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore for academic and research work. He is a life member of 17 national and international educational bodies. He is a recipient of 19 awards. He is honored by Rotary Club of Pune as the Best Principal Award. 9 students has completed PhD under his guidance. He has completed 2 major and 1 minor research project funded by UGC and Savitribai Phule Pune University, Pune. He has written 14 textbooks and 5 reference books. He is editor of 5 research journals. So we have such a grand personality as the chairperson of this inaugural function. I request Dr. Sakharam Patil sir to guide us. Thank you, Dr. Sakharam Patil sir.
Good morning to one and all.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Honorable Chairman of this International Multidisciplinary Conference, the President and the former Minister of Government of Maharashtra, the inaugural guest of today's conference, Honorable Harshvardhan Patil Sahib, Honorable keynote speaker, Honorable Babalola Samuel, a great parasitologist, zoologist, and is working in the field of malaria, which is essential to all in the world, from Nigeria. The organizer of both the colleges, the principal of Rangapara College, Rajan sir, principal of College of Arts, Big One, my friend, and a dynamic personality, Principal Mahadev Arun sir, the convener and coordinators of this conference, resource person of the conference, and dear participants. First, I congratulate both the colleges. They organize such a good event in such a pandemic situation. They collaborate both each other, and the choice of the topic is very good. That is the changing perspectives of language, literature, science, and social science. So I congratulate them to organize such a multidisciplinary conference. Honorable Chairman Sahib also told that Harshvardhan Patil Sahib informed us how the Institute of the Indapur Taluka Khed Shikshan Prasarak Mandal work in the rural area and provide education to the poor families and the backward classes. As per that, in such a pandemic situation, it is essential to know the difficult situation, but they inform, they guide us, all the teachers of the Indapur Taluka Shikshan Prasarak Mandal's colleges to organize such an event. And it is essential, it is useful to the researchers, students, and the society. And the keynote speaker from Nigeria, Dr. Babalola, is a parasitologist. He is now working in the Department of Pure and Applied Zoology, Agriculture University, Nigeria. So he also advised us, he gives some the thoughts to us to how to think about, I compare with the developing and developed countries. Regarding all, it means that from the infrastructure or how to work in the different fields, including from the agriculture, education, and how to develop the society. And during this pandemic situation, why it is essential to work on such a particular topics. He also guide us in all the same. Now, the Babalola is also inform us about the different diseases, particularly how they cause the damage. And he also informed us peculiar that we have to start the graduate laboratories or the research laboratories. Means that the young students, if they work in such a graduate laboratories, and their work is essential to the society for the development. So I congratulate all the organizers, and also thanks to the organizers. They give me an opportunity to chair the session. Thanks to all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Patil sir, for making an appropriate remark on the keynote address. That is, as we had seen, that you are working in this field, and we all know that how you are a good researcher, a fantastic administrator, and you are always an inspiration and encouragement for all the young professors throughout the Maharashtra. So thank you for giving a quality time to us. Thank you. And now we are in the final final stage of this inaugural session. I request Principal Dr. Mahadev Walun sir, Principal College of Arts, Big One, to propose vote of thanks of this inaugural session. Dr. Walun sir.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, all of you. I have been given an important responsibility to thank the guests of inaugural session. I would like to thank the President of Indapur Taluka Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, Honorable Harshavardhanji Patil, for giving time out of this busy schedule to inaugurate this online international conference. In fact, it will not have been possible to carry out such as initiative without their support and encouragement. Thank you, Sahib. Thank you, sir. The keynote speaker of this conference, Dr. Babalal Samuel, in his keynote address, spoke on the topic and had given justice to it. The views expressed by him in his speech are important and present scenario. Thanks for giving your precious time and sharing your valuable views. Thank you, sir. I thank my friend Dr. Sakaram Patil, sir, the chairperson of this inaugural session, from the bottom of my heart, for discussing the opportunity of research in his presidential speech. Thank you, sir. Finally, I thank Dr. Taru Sayanath, Honorable President of Rangapara Society, Dr. Rangan Kalika, Principal Rangapara College, Assam, Convener Dr. Prashant Saure, Dr. Rakesh Sarkar, Dr. Santosh Mane, all participants and professors, non-teaching staff of our college and Rangapara College, who trying hard to make this conference successfully. Thank you, all of you. Thanks. Thank you, sir.
So, thank you, Principal Dr. Mahadev Walun sir. Now, the first session is completed here. In this session, we have a very interesting and useful sessions. Of all the persons had given fantastic speeches. Here, the first session comes to an end, and soon I request Professor Gadekar sir to start the second session of this conference. Professor Gadekar sir.
Thank this first of all, I welcome to the chairperson of this section, Dr. Jotiram Mure. Welcome, sir. Then the resource person, Dr. Adak Paul. And welcome all the participants of this conference. Now, I will welcome and request to Dr. Lakshmi Musahari Madam, Professor, Department of Physics, Rangapara College, Assam, to introduce person Dr. Jotiram Mure and resource person Dr. Alag Paul. Please, Dr. Lakshmi Madam.
Good afternoon to one and all present. Am I audible, Dr. Prashanti?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Okay, I'm audible. So good afternoon to one and all present here. I'm Dr. Lakshmi Muchahari from Physics Department, Rangapara College. Thank you, Professor Padmakar, for giving me the opportunity to introduce the guest of the second session. This session will be chaired by Dr. Jotiram Mure, who is currently Board of Studies Chairman in Geography, Savitribai Phule Pune University, and also he is a head in the Department of Geography, BJS College, Wagholi, Pune. He has over 42 research publications in many reputed journals, and along with 12 number of books. Until date, he has guided many research students, and that includes 8 PhDs, 6 MPhils, and many research projects as well. He is a member of many associations such as Academic Council, Faculty, RRC, BUTR, SPPU, GIS, and many more. Most importantly, he is an active social worker, primarily focusing on earthquake, flood-affected people. And he has a great contribution towards teaching, and hence in 2017, he received the Best Teacher Award from Savitri by Pune University. Thank you, Jyotirmoy More sir, for joining with us. The coronavirus outbreak is a global pandemic now. This is a difficult and very challenging situation for all of us. So how to have a strategic preparedness and a response to the outbreak of the COVID-19 is what our speaker of this session will be sharing his expertise with us for the next 30 minutes. About the speaker, he is currently working as a professor in the Department of Geography and Environmental Studies at the University of Chittagong, Bangladesh. He received his Master of Science from Dhaka University and PhD from University of Durham, UK. For the last 20 years, he has been an empirical geographer, a true researcher, and a great teacher. And through one of his studies, he establishes how place play a very important role in shaping and reshaping the life of people or an environment. And he has over 40 research publications, peer-reviewed research publications in many reputed journals, along with 7 book chapters, and many authored and edited books as well. So with all the love and joy in your heart, join me as we welcome the speaker of this session, Dr. Alok Paul. So with all the, without any delay, may I now request the speaker of this session, Dr. Alok Paul, to please continue with your session of presentation. The mic is all yours, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Lakshmi. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
You're
sir.
audible.
Okay. Okay. Can I request to Shantos to present my presentation? Just operate the presentation slides. Honorable convener of this international online conference titled Changing Perspective of Language, Literature, Science and Social Science. The respected Honorable Principal of Booth College, keynote presenter, chief guest, all chairmen of this session, all respected professors, participants, and distinguished guests. Before telling something, I welcome you all to my presentation. First of all, I would like to say something about me. My name is Alok Pal. Basically, I'm a student of geography. Now I'm a faculty member in the Department of Geography of Chittagong University, Bangladesh. Chittagong is actually a land port of Bangladesh, main land port of Bangladesh. So seaport of Bangladesh. Anyway, then actually I joined in Chittagong University in 2001, and in 2005 I went to UK for pursuing my PhD. Then come back in 2009. I have been working on public health issues for a long time, and for last 1.5 years, actually, I managed to complete some work on COVID issues. Basically, I like to work on, as I mentioned earlier, on public health issues. So I'm going to my slides straight away. So my title is Understanding and Response to Outbreak of COVID-19 in Bangladesh, Implications for Mitigation Measures. So, and what we will discuss today in our presentation. Next slide, please. Okay, thank you. First of all, we will say something about the global situation of COVID-19. Then we'll talk about something about COVID-19 in Bangladesh. What about the situation? Then I will share some research findings, what we actually found or explored about the awareness issues regarding poor people's understandings, response, vaccine issues, livelihood issues, mental stress, and some mitigation measures. So what about the global health threat, COVID? We know all that COVID-19, which is another name of coronavirus, dubbed as SARS-CoV-2, first reported in December 2019 in Wuhan, China, which actually spread all over the world by the middle of February. And COVID has thrown global public health into a turmoil by severely straining by healthcare systems of the world, irrespective of countries. So the rapid movement of epicenter actually moved from China to Iran. So next slide, please. Okay, Iran, then Iran to Europe. We know some about the facts in which actually the fatality issues in Spain, Italy, Portugal, and France, especially. So then the epicenter moved to USA from Europe, then Brazil, and to South Africa, now in India, and some other countries. So the virus is actually causing loss of lives, impacting global economy and disrupting the social life. Next slide, please. Okay, all countries actually are have been facing this this pandemic, and this contagious nature of this virus actually affecting all over the world. So one of the challenge is this virus actually making people of making people adopt to personal hygiene, social distancing, and self-quarantine practice, which are all related to awareness. So, and right now, up to June 21st, 2021, 178 million people just confirmed case by COVID-19, and 4 million people, we lost already 4 million people, so globally. So next, so what about the situation of Bangladesh? Bangladesh is one of the densely populated countries, especially in South Asia. And the reported case actually we published in the newspaper on March 8, and the total positive case right now about 1 million, and up to 21st June, the death number of COVID number by COVID is about 14,000. So the number is not high, but the risk is getting very, I think we believe is very risky. So there are some following reasons for a widespread COVID-19 infection in Bangladesh. So what are the reasons? people's poor awareness, high risk factors, coronavirus approach, conservative approach in diagnosis, insufficient healthcare facilities, flexibility in lockdown. I think this situation is also similar, I think, in India or some other developing countries. So religious belief. So this picture actually, which actually shown in the slide, the total case, confirmed case, and the death case. So you can see the curve is just rising rapidly. So next slide, please. So since the middle of March, many newspapers have given give full coverage for about the COVID issues. In many newspapers, we found many editorials, commentaries, and interviews. So it's a lot of coverage in the newspaper. Sometimes we found 100% coverage about the COVID issues in the newspaper, in Bangladeshi newspapers. So almost every newspaper published many photos regarding impact of COVID-19, and many advertisements, many commercials in the newspapers. So in the commercials, actually, the message was what coronavirus is and how it spreads, how we can protect it. So this kind of message we found in the advertisement. Next, please. Okay, so we actually developed a newspaper content-based table, and we made few themes like global new virus. So finger crossed, new virus. So in that content, there are many news items like virus source. So there are some conspiracy theories in the newspaper. Some people tell that it's actually developed in the lab, or some people tell about the virus is developed in the market or some other places. So contagious issues, world infections and deaths, vaccine discovery and trial. So there are a lot of issues about this new virus. Then we are used to about one other thing, that is some much talked issues. We actually mentioned much talked issues in the newspaper, like home quarantine. Being a health geographer, we are used to this term, quarantine, when actually this term was quite used in the domain of tuberculosis or HIV/AIDS even. So home quarantine, social distancing, personal protective equipment, PPE, mask, isolation, testing kits, hotspot, stay home, lockdown, COVID-19 positive. Before COVID-19, we are used to HIV positive, but now we are very used to this term, COVID-19 positive. So, and fake reports. So, and misconceptions and rumors, this and another theme. So for example, some people in Bangladesh actually they believe that coronavirus don't affect Bangladeshi people because Bangladesh is a Muslim majority country. So they believe that there are some myths. So Muslim would not be affected. There are some other myths like pork eaters or alcohol drinkers would highly be affected. So if you follow religious rituals strictly, you will not be affected by COVID-19 or coronavirus. So there are some other things like everyday sufferings and harassment in the newspaper. So there are a lot of news in the newspaper like price hiking, limited access to healthcare workers, highly transmitted people, poor socialization, different prejudice or discrimination. There are a lot of news about this discrimination. I have a limited information about Indian newspapers or some other, but in Bangladesh there are a lot of issues in the newspaper. So, and there are another themes I can share: national impact of COVID-19 on different issues like education, business, food supply, environment, something like this. So next slide, please. So now I'd like to share some of our findings. I'd like to express my gratitude to my co-authors or co-researchers who actually worked with me, we worked in a team actually. So we conducted many studies, and we published 2 papers meanwhile. One of our paper published in PLOS One. You can find PLOS One in the net online, and we published another paper in Asia Pacific Journal of Public Health, which actually based in SAGE. So the first journal, first paper we actually attempted, people's response to COVID-19. We actually surveyed on 1,837 respondents, and interestingly, in March, 83% respondents has the wrong notion or conception how coronavirus transmits to people. So majority of the respondents are somehow stressed or anxious. So the attitude of the mass people towards social distancing is still doubtful. That they are quite, they don't know what's the meaning of social distancing. Next slide, please. Okay, so they're skeptical about the virus. So they're confused whether Bangladesh should be affected, because as I mentioned earlier, that mentioned in also newspaper that they believe that Bangladesh would not be affected because of religious rituals. So 80% people claim that they will avoid crowded places. So approximately 61% of them think that awareness level among general people are little or increasing. So the level of awareness was so poor. So majority of the respondents expect high possibility of spread of COVID-19 with high fatality, as they have little knowledge about the COVID-19 issues. So next slide, please. So poor standings of COVID-19. We actually managed another study on poor people. So the first paper was based on literate, usually on literate people. So, and the second study was based on poor people. So the sample size was 576. And interestingly, 24% respondents think that the disease is a curse from God. So as we are involving with many sin or many misdeeds, not only in the state, but also in the community level or in personal level. So God will curse. So this is the curse from God. So the virus is coming to us. So a majority of respondents are confused or didn't know what are the symptoms of COVID-19. So when we asked them from coronavirus has arrived, so 6 people out of 10 just they mentioned that is coming from China. Yeah, it's coming from China. So next, please. Okay. So regarding the precautions about this virus, so one girl, a domestic worker named Parul, 29 years old, she just mentioned that in the slum, we live in a small house, so we have no way to maintain the social distancing, nothing possible to maintain washing hands again and again, and using gloves. So this is the common picture of poor people. I think this is common also in India. Many people believe that only God knows who will be the most affected people, infected by this virus. So Rubina, a construction helper, she thinks we will be the most affected person as we poor. We have the low access to doctor or hospital because of our financial constraints. So interestingly, about 12% people have no idea about the virus. So next, please. Next slide, please. Okay, so we asked people, do you think Bangladesh will be affected? Do you think Bangladesh will be affected? So 60% think that Bangladesh will be affected, but not much. So one of them actually mentioned that Bangladesh is an Islamic country. So if we pray to God, I believe the virus will not spread. So for your information, we actually compiled both quantitative and qualitative approach. So 1/3 people aware about the densely populated urban areas would be more affected, or slum areas or industrial areas would be more affected. So 60% respondents think that daily earners like rickshaw pullers, vegetable traders would be more affected by this coronavirus. So 80% commented that they need to go outside. They don't have any other option rather going outside. So when they are going outside, they have the possibility to get the virus with them. So we managed another study with healthcare workers. And healthcare workers means not only doctors. We actually managed nurse and other staffs, those who are working with doctors or in a hospital setting. So the sample size was 811, and we managed to survey in 39 COVID-19 dedicated hospitals across the country. So the survey was conducted in May and June. So right now, up to now, so 8,000 healthcare workers just affected by this virus. But 57% healthcare workers mentioned that their respective hospitals actually recommended them to involve in this with the patients. So, but they had no experience, just 1 or 2 months experience. So, there was actually a scope to training them when we actually heard about the coronavirus in China. So these are loopholes. Okay, 56% participants attended in training. So on the use of personal protective equipments like PPE, hand hygiene, respiratory hygiene, or cough etiquette. But 14% participants didn't attend in any training events. So I think you understand how people are getting risk without having training or any guidelines. So I just mentioned 34% participants didn't read any guidelines. Only 14% participants reported to change PPE after attending a COVID patient, but 55% healthcare workers changed their PPE or other gloves or other things after every roster. So this is the main issue, how healthcare workers are getting infected by coronavirus. So after almost all of the practice proper hygiene, when they return home from hospitals, 35% participants went under quarantine after their duty research. So you just understand that remaining 64% people don't consider the quarantine issues. Okay, yes. Survey results show that about 60% participants did not perform SARS-CoV test during their service in dedicated hospitals. So it's another risk factor for the healthcare. I have to mention one thing here. The situation is right now increasing. Situation is right now much better than previous time. So I am mentioning here the results which actually collected in last May and June. So it's 1 year back, we just collected this information 1 year back. So after about 50% participants claimed that due to overload, they are just in a stress. And 57% commented high possibility of getting infected COVID-19. So like other countries, healthcare workers in Bangladesh also been affected by COVID-19 positives due to late diagnosis of COVID-19. Next, please. Another study on poor's livelihood. The sample size was 695 people, 95 lower income people. And we in this study, actually, we tried to look on how coronavirus or COVID issues impact on their livelihood. So due to, this situation, I think this situation is also similar in India. I have no idea about the South Africa, but we actually studied some literature about India or Pakistan or some countries of South Asia. So the situation is quite similar about the poor's livelihood. So due to country lockdown, many poor people actually audit about how they will manage their everyday life or family demands. So the study found that 94% of the respondents' livelihood was affected by the COVID-19 outbreak. So a 29 years old housemaid actually stated, quote unquote, "I live in Islam and I and my rickshaw puller husband are jobless now. We have borrowed some money from others. How can we survive if the situation goes like this? Everyone is tensed about the livelihoods. Coronavirus made us poorer and destroyed all our future." Next, please. Needy people actually couldn't follow the government restrictions. Few days after general holiday or lockdown, public started to move outside in search of livelihood means. So a daily earner actually mentioned, like me, the daily earners and middle class families are suffering the most because they have limited choices for their life and livelihood. So many people are compelled to go outside to earn a minimum income. As empty stomach doesn't listen to anything, the poor have to move outside as they do not have food in their house. So to get relief from this financial burden, the government actually provided many assistance. For example, relief or vulnerable group feeding. So the government of Bangladesh actually started many schemes for the poor. So, but 53% respondents didn't receive any such of assistance during the COVID-19 issues. So, here I like to mention that some people actually expected more or much relief from the government. So sometimes they mentioned that they didn't receive that much of amount what they are expecting. Next slide, please. Okay, among those who received government relief, only 11% received once a week. Anyway, 29% of the respondents reported that they got help from other agencies. So some people, I like to mention that apart from government help, some people actually received many help from other agencies. Like some people voluntarily help the poor, some NGOs, some private organizations, some charity organizations actually help the poor. So one man, 39 years old farmer, actually mentioned that I received government relief once in the last 2 months. We need more support as we depend on everyday earnings. I don't have any savings, so I expect more aid from different people, including the government. We cannot take much food in our family meals. We have no option but die from hunger if this condition remains for a few more months. So they just mentioned one more thing, that coronavirus, their hunger is more stronger than coronavirus. So, okay, thank you. Impact on mental stress. We actually just completed another study on mental stress, and the sample size is 1003. So we found two issues: stress, level of stress, and panic. We actually tried to explore these three issues, and we found people are psychologically stressed. The majority of the respondents say they are feeling stressed due to the outbreak, and they are actually worried about their job loss, income loss due to lockdown. So next, please. A garments worker expressed her feelings. We are suffering from different mental stresses, as no cash in hand. So we don't know how we'll face the future. We cannot sleep properly at night. It is better to die of coronavirus than hunger. Most people cannot eat properly, eat only once a day. We are scared of our future. If the situation continues, we would not survive. Most poor have been living, passing a horrible time, as most of them borrowing money to manage their everyday meals. So debt is increasing. Only God knows what will happen. So people become fatalistic. So they have no other choice. So because their incomes gradually decreasing. So respondents working in industries. So many people, those who are involving in informal sectors. So they're just mentioning that they are in stress. So next please. I just want to avoid some issues due to time shortage. So response to vaccine acceptance, is a very vital issue for the developing countries, as a lot of people are illiterate. So when we asked, do you have any idea about the vaccine, or do you want to take vaccine? Why we will take vaccine? So when we ask this kind of question, people answered very, some people become surprised, some people become very worried. Why? So they answered like this way: why we will take vaccine? We have a belief in God. So why do we want to take vaccine? So also, so first of all, I like to share. We actually conducted this survey on 4,000 people. More than 4,000 people used both telephone and physical interview. So we found that 93% people heard about the vaccine issue from newspaper, television news, or social media, especially Facebook. Among them, 37%, only 37% people are confident and believe that vaccine could control that disease. So it's a very terrible message for the government or for the community. So only 21% answered correctly that 2 doses of vaccine are required for every person, and 46% participants opened that the vaccine has side effects. So next, please. Okay, regarding the vaccine acceptance, only 61% of the Bangladeshi population are willing to take a COVID-19 vaccine. So for your information, we actually surveyed, reviewed a lot of literature. So the situation is quite similar in the developing countries. In some countries, the rate is more than 70% or 75%, but in some countries, the rate below 50. So in that sense, the Bangladeshi acceptance rate is quite okay. And middle-aged people shown maximum willingness to take the vaccine. Around 75% people pointed out their own protection, and about 37% identified a reduction of transmission of the disease as the cause of their acceptance. When we asked them, do you want to take Bangladeshi-made vaccine? And most of the people, like 89% people, answered yes. The government of Bangladesh actually are taking vaccines from most of the vaccines from the Serum Institute of India, which is actually situated in Pune. So we actually received a lot of vaccines, more than I think 1 crore, 10 million vaccines from Pune, Serum Institute, and a lot of vaccines actually gifted by the Honorable Prime Minister of India to the Bangladeshi government. So we are very grateful to Indian government and Indian people as well. So for the gift. So about 19% respondents interestingly rejected the idea of taking taking a vaccine only due to religious cause, because they believe that only God can save them. So I think the situation is quite similar. I don't have any idea whether any studies conducted in India about this vaccine acceptance or religious issues come out in these issues. So, but the situation is Bangladesh is about 20% people don't want to take vaccine due to religious issues. So, what if, I'm nearly close the presentation. So, what about the implications for mitigation measures? The situation, the COVID issues actually is a public health management issue. So, it's a contagious infectious disease, and it's affecting not only in the developed world, it's also affecting the developing and underdeveloped countries like Bangladesh. So the Bangladeshi awareness level is poor, and the attitude is poor, and ultimately the attitude and knowledge is reflected in the practice too. So knowledge is poor, attitude is poor, and the practice is poor. Necessary and steps and plans should be deployed by the government for increasing the knowledge, attitude, and practice as well. So next, please. Okay, COVID-19 badly affect the livelihoods. So not only in Bangladesh, I think is happening in the whole world. So more than 10 million people are become marginalized due to this pandemic. So in order to actually support the marginalized people, government should declare stimulus package and social safety net. For your information, Bangladeshi government recently introduced some social safety net programs. So some people are receiving some kind of food package like rice, lentils, oil, onions in a package. So and some people are receiving money, cash money. So on a priority basis, the financial incentives should be given to the poverty-stricken, disadvantaged communities or underprivileged people. Otherwise, disease transmission would prolong, because when people will go out for their job or for getting income, people would be affected by this virus. So next, please. Okay, so the mental health and well-being of whole societies, particularly for vulnerable populations, have been severely impacted by the COVID-19, are a priority to be addressed urgently. So some people are become very stressed. I think this situation is happening in every family, because all of our boys or girls, those who are living with every family. So all family members are suffering from this disease or mental problems. So policymakers should adopt this proper strategy to ensure safe working environment along with capacity development for healthcare workers. So if the healthcare workers are safe, the patients will be more safe from this virus. So next, please. Vaccination against this virus is the most effective therapeutic way to control this pandemic. And there are some challenges about these vaccinations, and we can say vaccine procurement, distribution, and implementation. Right now, Bangladesh is actually facing this kind of problem. When Serum Institute stopped the supply of vaccine, Bangladeshi government is trying to explore some other sources to procure vaccine from other countries like China or Russia. Successful vaccination programs depends on people's knowledge. So we have to emphasize to increase people's knowledge to take vaccine, because this is the only way, therapeutic way to get relief from this pandemic. We suggest mass awareness creation, uninterrupted supply, and equitable distribution. We don't need any discrimination about vaccination. We should to emphasize about this equal distribution of vaccine to all people. So next, please. And I think this is the last slide. Yes, the COVID-19 pandemic has brought huge socioeconomic and psychological sufferings in human life all over the world, especially in developing countries like Bangladesh. So future studies can accommodate most issues. So here I like to express my interest. There should be some research, like the situation of Bangladesh, the situation of vaccination programs, or knowledge, attitude, and practice of poor peoples regarding COVID-19. And what about the situation of India, Sri Lanka, or other countries? So research can be done with greater community. Especially by the geographers or health geographers or sociologists, because we have to know about if we want to know the society, we have to know the response, how people are responding, or what about the understandings of this virus. So we need knowledge base and better capacity of this mass people and authority. And finally, I like to say last line, COVID-19 needs both therapeutic and non-therapeutic solutions, because world leaders should come forward to control or to stop this virus. So both ways, therapeutic and non-therapeutic. Therapeutic means vaccinations, treatment, and non-therapeutic means to increase the level of knowledge. So we hope the situation after 6 months will improve if we have the better knowledge and better capacity. So last slide, I think, thank you all for inviting me in this session. It's a wonderful program. I like to thank to all for inviting me in this session. So I found a lot of geographers there. So it's a great privilege for me to share of my findings. Some of our findings actually are coming, will be published soon in some good good journals. So I wish you all the best of this session and following sessions. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Alagwag. for this wonderful presentation in this COVID situation. Thank you once again. Now,
Hello. Good afternoon, all of you. I am audible?
hello.
Hello, sir. I am audible.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, all of you. Hearty congratulations, Alok sir. Your speech was very, very wonderful. Especially for today's life and many more. Firstly, I congratulate to our friend, Principal Dr. Mahadev Walun and Principal Dr. Ranjan Kolita. And also congratulate to convener, Dr. Prashant Chaure and Dr. Mr. Ramesh Sarkar and my friend Santosh Mani and others. The theme of the conference is changing perspective of language, literature, social science and social sciences. The biggest question facing the world right now is now COVID. It's the only one. For that, everyone is the world is trying their best to survive. Dr. Alok Paul from Bangladesh have given very good information regarding COVID-19. He has given essential information for us like source of the virus today, day-to-day details of COVID-19. He explains situation of Bangladesh and also in India's COVID-19. This is a recent topic. Everyone have known COVID-19, but everyone have suffered from this virus. Is it man-made or natural? I don't know. We don't know exactly. These types of many viruses will come in your future. But why happened this situation? Why man is in danger zone? Who is responsible for this situation? First Prime Minister of our India, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, have written in Discovery of India. If other animals can talk each other, he has written, definitely I say that they can't good talk about man. This situation, how responsible were only man. It means that man has responsible for this situation. Many plants and animals are damaged. Lastly, we are in danger zone. COVID-19, this virus found in Wuhan city, means Alok have given some information. Just I have taken some points from Dr. Alok Paul's speech. How the world is rapidly changing. Firstly, people do not have enough food. In many developing countries, the lack of the people's safety net means those newly out of work may not be able to afford sufficient food. While people in developed countries are likely to face dispersion in the food supply side, given the agriculture production in these countries relies on dispersion global supply chains. Then infection diseases will rise. The current dispersion of the minimization services will result in the more children die. Moreover, nearly 3/4 of the population in sub-Saharan Africa lack necessary hand washing facilities at home. A fundamental way prevent the spread of COVID-19 and other illnesses. Then many students are no longer receiving education. By mid-February 2020, 300 million learners were affected by nationwide closure of schools and universities. 2 months later, this number grew newly 1.6 billion students in 192 countries, and now representing more than 98% of the students. Only a small number of countries have not closed any schools. It's rarely some schools are going on, but all schools are closed. Then unemployment skyrockets. The ILO reports a huge drop in the global workforce in countries because of workplace closures. In many cases, in this properly people into poverty. Poverty is increased day by day, and this situation that poverty is increased in every country. Then access to ICT is more important than ever. Many individuals and households are using information communication technology, means ICT, to minimize the dispersion in their daily lives, including working and learning from the home, shopping online and more, and other. There is vast inadequacy in access to the ICT within the across country. For example, the average fixed broadband internet subscription rate over 20 times higher in developing countries. Then travel and communications are more difficult. Border closed, travel bans, and quarantine measures have hit the tourism sector very hard. Within a predicted deadline of 60%, 80% in international tourism in the year, and many countries have depended on the tourism, but they have very lost in this period. Then we need good data more than ever. We all need high quality information to access, reach, and make the best decision of the navigations and the crisis. The report benefited from investment in statistical capacity of the last decade or so. Unfortunately, the economic and social fall from COVID-19 is likely to hurt statistical capacity in many corners of the world. The world is shortened. The speed and the reach of this pandemic demonstrated more than ever that we all need high quality information to understanding what is happening, access this risk, and make the best decision to navigate the crisis. Means vaccination is the solution in COVID-19. Alok sir has given very good information. You may heard and news to stock market and crisis in the last few days after the outbreak of the coronavirus. You may have read or heard headlines like Corona hurt economy, Corona causes stock market crisis, investors have damage, and many more things. I can talk on hours and hours, but now organizers have given me only 10 minutes, and that 10 minutes is completed. So organizers have given me the opportunity. This is my pleasure. Thank you very much for all organizers, especially Principal Dr. Mahadev Waluj and Santosh Mane and Saure sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. This session is very fruitful in COVID situation. Thank you once again. Now I am thank Dr. Alak Paul for expressing his view on understanding and response to the outbreak of COVID-19 in Bangladesh, application for mitigation measures. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Then I thank Dr. Jyotiram More, today's chairperson, and BOS chairman, Geography, Savitribai Phule, Pune University, Pune, and head of Department of Geography, BGS College, Wagoli, for making an appropriate comments on Dr. Alak Paul's presentation. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. I also thank Dr. Lakshmi Mushahari Madam for introducing resource person and chairperson of this session. Thank you very much, madam. And last but not the least, I thank all the participants who had actively participated in this session. Thank you all. Soon, the third session will begin. I hand over charge to Dr. Rakesh Maulik sir and request him to start third session. Thank you all. Dr. Rakesh Maulik sir.
Yes, I'm there. Okay. Thank you so much, sir. So beginning with session 3. Good afternoon and welcome one and all to this third session of our online e-conference. Now, being positive, I would say perhaps this is one of the good impacts of the pandemic on education, that we are enjoying this beautiful conference from the comfort of our homes. So I am Dr. Rakesh Maulik, Assistant Professor in the Department of Physics at Rangapara College. We have just come across 2 wonderful sessions with a lot of insightful discussion, and now about to start the 3rd session of the day. So in this session, we are happy to have among us Dr. Ashok D. Hanjagi, Professor of Department of Botany, Department of Geography, Bangalore University. Professor Hanjagi will enlighten us with his talk on changing perspectives of science with respect of earth sciences. I heartily welcome you, sir, to this session. Followed by this, I would like to welcome Professor Dr. Devendra Parikh, Head of the Department of Physics, Bhopal Novels University, Udaipur, Rajasthan. I'm happy to announce that Professor Parikh will chair this session, and thank you, sir, for the honor. I would now like to request Professor Balasaheb Raut, Professor of Ratnagiri College, to kindly introduce our session chairperson and the chief guest. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Rakesh Maulik, sir. It's my immense pleasure and honor to introduce today's chairperson for session 3 of Multidisciplinary Online International E-Commerce on Changing Perspectives of Language, Literature, Science, Social Science. Honorable Dr. Devendra Parikh, sir, MSc Physics, PhD, HOD Department.
Raut sir, you are mute now, Raut sir. Hello.
Hello, sir.
Yes, sir. You are audible now.
Now you are audible.
Yes. Honorable Dr. Devendra Parikh, sir, MSc Physics, PhD. Dr. Sir is Head of the Department of Physics, Bhopal's Noble University, Udaipur, Rajasthan. Honorable Sir is specialization in astronomy and astrophysics and 14-year teaching and 10 years research experience. He has published 6 papers at national level and also presented 2 papers in national conferences. He is professional member of SMRI Space RSPA. His valuable contribution and achievement in postdoctoral. Thank you, sir, for joining with us for collaboration of knowledge. Next, I would like to is resource person. Honorable Dr. Ashok D. Hanjagi, sir, it's my great pleasure to introduce our esteemed resource person and dynamic personality in the field of education, Dr. Ashok Hanjagi, sir. His academic qualification is MSc, PhD, PDF. Dr. Ashok D. Hanjagi is a professor in Department of Geography, Bangalore University, Bangalore. He served 21 years as a lecturer, reader, and associate professor in the field of geography, and also actively involved in the community services in connection with planning, monitoring of lakes, city environments, mapping of towns and villages using spatial technologies. Lake development authorities, town planning development, Karnataka state remote sensing application centers are the examples. He worked as a member of various committees, BOE chairman and chief custodian, NET observer, etc. As a director and coordinator, he organized several workshops and training to spread spatial technologies among teachers and researchers in India. Delivered around 65 sessions for students, research scholars, and teachers in India. Sir has given keynote address and work as a resource person for more than 125 conferences. Under his guidance, 8 PhD aspirants completed their PhD, 9 PhD aspirants are under process, and 2 candidates are taking guidance for postdoctoral fellowship, that is PDF. Sir has attended seminars and papers presented at national and international level 35 and 75 respectively. Sir is member of professional societies at national and international level more than 12. He has selected as one of the mentor for NEP 2020 by MHRD, Government of India, as well as one of the expert member of the Earth Science stream NEP 2020 for Karnataka State. Awarded for notable awards for special contribution in the field of academy, research and environment. Notable awards like Best Citizen of India by International Publishing House, then UK Commonwealth Fellowship by UGC, India and Commonwealth Office. Also one of the notable award, that is Research Award Postdoctoral by UGC, New Delhi. And one important thing, that is one more award regarding the Visiting Fellowship Award by Indian National Science Academy, New Delhi. Sir has given great contribution in the environmental solutions. So Environmentalist of year 2007 by National Environment Science Academy, New Delhi, awarded to Sir. Also, Sir has given international level also contribution. So for that, Australian Endeavour Executive Award by Australian International and Government of Australia. Sir has visited several countries like USA, Australia, Singapore, Sri Lanka, Hong Kong, England, Thailand, Malaysia, Ireland, Scotland, Germany, Oman, Canada, China, UAE. So it's our pleasure that Sir is with us. Thank you, Sir, for being with us. We are eagerly waiting for your presentation. Over to you, Dr. Rakesh Maulik, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for introducing our session chairperson as well as the resource person of today's session, So I would now like to kindly request Professor Ashok Hanjagi, sir, to start his presentation so that we all get enlightened from his talk. Over to you,
thank you very much for introducing me. And first of all, let me congratulate College of Arts, Bhigwan, that is Maharashtra, India, and Rangapara College, Amari Bhari, Assam, and for conducting one-day multidisciplinary online international conference. And for this, I would like to congratulate Dr. Ranjan Kalita, Dr. Prashant Charve, and Dr. Santosh Mane, and many others organizers for a great effort putting in for conducting such a big event. And now over to the presentation. Allow me to have this actually. Somebody is a nodal officer, could help me. I'm sharing. And my video, yeah. Whether my presentation is visible?
No, sir.
Hello.
Yeah, now it's coming now.
Now it's visible, sir.
Yeah, it's
coming. It's coming. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now you might be knowing the science or social science that you have taken a very good topic, language, literature, science, social science. See, all the disciplines are highly dynamic. They keep changing every time, every year, or every maybe a decade or something like that. Here, topic I have chosen is changing perspectives of science with respect to the earth science. Earth science, you might be knowing, it is not a standstill. It is not a static. It is highly mobile. It changes rapidly due to technology that are existed over here and people getting a lot of innovative ideas and technology that we have developed are the innovative. Hence, this is changing. If you see the science, 4 billion years ago, the Earth has formed, and it has taken almost 4 billion years to come to a present form. We have all the phenomena on this Earth surface. But if you look at this picture, the man arrives around just 4,000 years ago, but he leads primitive life. He leads the traditional life. Then there was not much science at all. Then science will improves day by day. Later on, when the chakra, what you call the cycle, is founded, then the science improves. Then if you see how the technology improved over the years, over the decade, and now we have come today, space science. So lots of the satellites, the communication satellites, land satellites, ocean satellites, and many other satellites have been launched and stationed in the space, and they are looking at the surface. They are gathering a lot of information. Now man has improved his ideas. The explorations have been made. Major things have been changed these days. The science has changed its face. If you compare the other decades or many centuries, if you go back. The earth science is a study of the earth's atmosphere, like meteorology, atmospheric science, the water flowing on this beneath the surface, that is hydrology, and seas, oceans, oceanography, we call it as, all put together, we call it as earth science. This is study of the structure of the earth, properties, processes, and the processes that have happened 4.5 billion years. This we call it as a biotic evolution. So this is how earth has been developed, and how we come to know this through the science only, because science has been developed. It has given us a lot of knowledge and information, because this we should know to understand the phenomena of the earth, to maintain the life on this earth surface. So hence the science is very much important. Expanding world population demands more resources these days, because we have 8 billion population. We need a science. We face increasing losses from natural hazards and release more pollutants to the air, water, land, and thereby degrading all the resources. What we need is the science. Science will tell us how to monitor, how to measure, how to come out with all these problems, issues that are existed, and to find out some solutions as well. Sustaining our existence requires scientific understanding. Without science, we can't do anything. Natural materials and processes linking to the geosphere, hydrosphere, atmosphere, and biosphere, all these things, to understand in between interlinking, we need a science. We need to develop a good science. Life prospers or fails at the surface of the earth where these environment intersect. So hence, these are most important. The knowledge gained and services provided by the earth scientists help society to cope up with the environment in many ways. Scientists are, day by day, they are finding out new innovations. Their knowledge about the structure of the earth, static of the earth, chemical composition of the earth's crust helps us to locate resources to sustain and advance our life, because these are need of the hours. Otherwise, would not have prospered this way. Because nowadays you might have seen whole globe has become a small village due to the science, due to expanding horizon of the science. Understanding the forces in the crust, the natural processes on the surface allow us to anticipate natural disasters such as volcanoes, earthquakes, geological environments such as damaging mining practices or proper waste disposal gives us information to correct such practices and design more beginning procedures for future. So hence, this science allowed us to understand lots of processes that are happening on this surface within the Earth or outside the Earth or even the atmosphere as well. A comprehensive perception of planetary physics will allow us to anticipate major changes in global environmental conditions and control or accumulate those changes. So these are the essential. Today you see the earth science are divided into many disciplines. These disciplines, if you look at the earth, the whole earth, what is there? We have a water and air. Above the earth, we have a water in the atmosphere. Surface of the earth, we have a water, and we have a underneath the surface, we have a water, and we have a huge water, saline water that we all together we call it as a hydrology. Then the converted part of the water, we call the ice caps, we call it as a glaciers. It is called as a glaciology. Oceans all together, oceanography. Atmosphere, we call it as a meteorology.
Sorry to disturb you, sir. Are you changing the slides? Somehow I don't get to see this. Are you on the first slide or you are changing?
No, I'm changing. You
sir,
don't require any help.
No, this is not.
Sorry.
This has not come. I mean, I think we are not watching this change of slides somehow. Please, could you do it once again? I mean, go to the presentation mode.
No, I think I have done. It's visible. I can't understand. But however, you are listening to me?
Yeah, we are listening, sir.
Yeah, that is also there. But I don't know. You have to do something
sir,
from your
I mean, there is
I'm not.
Yeah, there is a button right in the bottom of your slide. It's called presentation mode. If you can turn it on, then you can.
It is turned on. Otherwise, there is one more option: stop sharing. That is also there.
No, don't stop sharing. I mean, right in your slides.
Yes.
Can't you do any person over there? Nodal officer
no, sir,
who is
it's
taking
from
care?
your side actually. This has to happen from your side.
Sir, you click on your PPT and click on next button. This is all, sir. Open your
Click
PPT.
on the
Now
PPT.
I will stop sharing now.
Yeah, and reshare, sir, and again reshare.
No, it's not. I don't understand.
No, sir.
Yeah.
Once again, share it. Present now. Go to the present now button.
Yes, I'll go there. Yes. Okay, a window. Then I'll say share. Okay.
Okay, now it should start, sir. Wait for some time. Yeah, it is starting now. It is starting.
It's coming.
It's coming now. There is a button. Let me tell you the 1, 2, 3, fourth button. Right? Can you see the fourth button below at the bottom of your presentation? I mean the slide I'm talking
Now
about.
meetgoogle.com is sharing a window.
Yes.
Then there is a stop sharing and hide.
Okay, you can, sir, do one thing. You can just click F5 button. Please press F5 button.
No, that option is not here.
Okay.
I don't know why.
Okay.
That option is not here.
Okay, sir. You can, in that case, individually change the slide so that we can see. All right, sir. Continue, please.
Shall I continue or what?
Yeah, please continue, sir.
Yeah, I think I don't have any options. But otherwise, any coordinator who is managing from your end, because software is with you, you can do that.
Okay, sir.
You can do that. I think anyone, can do from your end.
I mean, the presentation is
because I'm one of the presenter over here, but I can't do anything. But I can just share. I can stop sharing.
No, that's what.
I can put it on.
Okay,
that much
sir.
I can do.
Okay, sir. Continue, please.
Send me your PPT. I'll share your PPT. Send me. Send your PPT. Me, Santosh Mane.
Yes. Send your PPT, sir. Then we will do it from our end.
Yes, sir.
No, it takes time now. Again, I have to
take time.
It
Okay,
takes
sir.
time.
Continue, please.
Rather we continue. However, you are listening to me.
Yes.
Later on, I can share. Not an issue.
Yes. Okay, fine.
Shall I continue?
Yes, sir. Sure.
Yeah, I
Sure,
think that is better. That is better. Yes, this the water and air combination. This we call it as hydrological and atmospheric sciences. The air part we call it as atmospheric science, and the water part, whether it is surface water or under surface water or saline water or glacial water, the ice and all put together, we call it hydrologic, the science, as well as atmospheric science. This is one division. The second division under science is the physical and chemical makeup of the solid earth. One is liquid and air, another one is a solid. The solid earth, it is a study of minerals, we call it a mineralogy. The three main groups of rocks you may be knowing: igneous, sedimentary, metamorphic, all this. We also call it as a petrology, because the materials for fuels is lie hidden over there. Then chemistry of rocks, we call it a geochemistry. The structures of the rocks, we call it a structural geology. And the physical properties of the rock or surface and its interior, we call it as a geophysics. This group, we call it as a solid earth. One is water and air, second one is solid earth. The third, the part division is the study of the landforms. We call it geomorphology, which is concerned with the description of the features of the present terrestrial surface and an analysis of the processes that gives rise them. So this is very important. Actually, geographers are focused on these landforms are keep changing always. Then geographers must be aware. They should develop a model, a theory, or technology to understand how and why these are happening, what rate they're happening. The fourth division is geological history of the earth. The geological history of the earth is a fundamental science that if you miss this, we cannot go ahead. We cannot understand the earth science, especially geography, geology, environmental science, botany. All this becomes meaningless until and unless you cannot understand the geological history of the earth. The study of the fossils, the fossil records, we call it as paleontology. The development of the sedimentary strata deposited typically over the millions of years, we call it as a stratigraphy. And the isotopic chemistry and age dating of the rocks, we call it as a geochronology. All this group is a fourth division, which is essential part of the earth science. The fifth division is applied earth sciences, dealing with the current practical applications beneficial to the society or human being. These include study of the fossils, fuels, that is oil, natural gas, and coal, and oil reservoirs, mineral deposits, geothermal energy for electricity and heating, the structure and composition of the bedrock for the location of the bridges, nuclear reactors, roads, dams, and skyscrapers, and other buildings. We have hazards involving rock and mud avalanches, volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, and collapse of tunnels, and coastal cliffs and soil erosion. All these come under the applied earth sciences, which are most important for geographers, geologists, environmental scientists. The study of the sixth division, last division, is the study of the rock record on moon and planets and their satellites, that we call it as astrogeology. This field includes the investigation of relevant terrestrial features, namely tektites, the glossy objects resulting from the meteorites impacts, and astro problems. These are very, very essential. All these divisions, they come under the earth science. Now the earth science has been expanded. It has been changed. Even it is changing in days to come. If you see the whole earth, it works in a system. We cannot call as the whole earth as only earth. It should be the earth system, because it works in a system. What are main systems over here? The hydrological cycle, one of the system, it moves water from one sphere to another sphere. All these spheres, from geology, from biosphere to atmosphere, from atmosphere to back to geosphere, then it goes from hydrology. All these, the hydrological cycle, rock cycle also works like a cyclic format. See, when it removes from the rocks will be disintegrated, it will be separated, taken by winds and rain, deposited somewhere, then it will be sunk, then it will be moved, then with the plate tectonics, the energy is available either by solar energy above or from beneath the geothermal energy. All these things make this to happen. And another one, tectonic movement, it is called as a tectonic cycle, that these all the processes, these are all the processes work in a systematic manner and change our earth. Change our earth in sense, atmospheric changes are happening. Then we have a geological, the earth surface is changing. I mean, the topography, landscapes and all that. Then we have a change in composition of the hydrology. Then we have the biosphere, that also changing. It is due to continuous processes. Either we can call it a geological processes or the ecological or environmental processes. These processes continuously changing. To understand these, what rate these are changing, how these are changing, what kind they are changing, we need a science properly. If you not have a very good science or technology with us, we are unable to understand all these the processes which are very, very essential for life sustaining on this earth. The division of the earth science supports proposal for research geared toward improving understanding the structure, composition, and evolution of the earth, the life supports, and the processes that governs the formation and behavior of the earth's materials. Here, we need a lot of research. How research comes? It is through science only. The experiments, that we have passed through all the centuries, decades. So this will make us understand the structure and composition of the earth. This is very essential for the life sustaining on the earth surface. The result of this research will create a better understanding of the earth's changing environments, because we know the earth is continuously changing. And how we know? We know through the research, that is through the science. And the natural distribution of the minerals, water biota, and energy resources, and these provide methods of predicting and mitigating the effects of geological hazards such as earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, floods, landslides. All these things can be predicted, understood, and analyzed better if we have a science, if we develop a science in a better way. Then there is a great science academy on this earth that we call it as NASA. That is National Aeronautics and Space Administration. It is totally taking care of the Earth's phenomena. This mission helps us to understand our planet's interconnected systems from global scale down to minute the processes. I was telling processes, they are globally happens, some are happens in a big scale, and some are happening at a minute level. Grassroots level processes are also there. These processes can be understood by the NASA mission. There is a mission, and under this we have a ESD, Earth Science Division. This Earth Science Division delivers technology, global observations and applications that help us to map the myriad connections between our planet's vital processes and the climate effects of ongoing natural and human-caused changes. The naturally changes are happening that will be captured by this mission, and culturally human-made changes are also happening. These changes are being captured by this mission, NASA mission, Earth mission. We call it an ESD, Earth Science Division. This is available. How they do that? They do by satellites, by space technology, using observation from satellites, instruments, on the International Space Station, airplanes, balloons, ships, and on land, the ESD, that is Earth Science Division, researchers collect data about the science of our planets, that is atmospheric motion and composition, land cover, land use, and vegetation, ocean currents, temperatures, and upper ocean life, and ice on land and sea. These data sets, which cover even the most remote areas of the earth, which we cannot see, we cannot go over there, are freely and openly available to anyone by the Earth Science Division, which works under NASA. So these a lot of data and information through the technological changes that are happening, that NASA has made, is really wonder. It is really appreciable. This Earth Science Division end-to-end development, launch, data collection, they analyze, they apply for its missions, including with its partners. There are so many partners spread over in the United States, or these United Nations programs, or UK people, many other Indian people are also some of the partners with them. They collect all these, the analyzed data information for further study, and even academicians, the students and teachers, researchers can get all this information and data for further study to understand the earth science properly. Now earth science growing, it is expanding. If you see the Earth System Observatory developed by the NASA, it's wonderful actually. In the 5 phases, they are collecting all the information. They are not leaving anything. They are collecting surface biology and geology, that we call it as earth surface and ecosystems. They collect the information regarding clouds, convections, and precipitations all over the world, whether it is on land, on iceland, on the water or oceans. They collect the water and energy in the atmosphere will also be collected and analyzed by this NASA. Then we have aerosols. The particles in the atmosphere will also be collected from the NASA, and this information made available for the whole academician, whole researchers. Then we have a mass change, large scale mass redistribution will also be available, especially under the tectonic movements. They collect a lot of information. Surface deformation of the Earth's landscape will also be collected. This we call it as the Earth Science Dynamics. All these 5 divisions, the NASA is collecting a huge data continuously by its space program. Those are available in the space. Since many decades, since many years, these are continued. Severe weather pattern, the natural hazards, wildfires, global food production, all these things will be collected, on time, and these data are given to those people to understand better science, to analyze at the grassroots level and solve practical problems, that issues and problems existed in a local level or national level. These can be addressed by using this data and all. Each of these missions will deliver important environmental measurements taken together. As a single observatory, NASA will have a holistic 3D view of the Earth to better understand how our planet's complex system work together and improve our capability to predict how our climate may change. Because climate change, now it is global warming, and climate change is a major issue, because whole vulnerable group, almost 70% of the Earth's people are affected. These people are called as the vulnerable groups. So to understand this, the science, earth science is the earth science plays a major role, so that the geographers, the environmentalists, and all that, they can understand the latest science latest space technology that is involved in gathering information and all that. NASA open source science strategy is the key to bringing the data from these missions together into single observatory to help understand the Earth as a system, accelerate our ability to use the understanding. These observations will better inform decision makers on how our planet is changing with greater precision on previously unimaginable scales, from entire continents down to individual trees, from atmospheric to bedrock. See, all the information, large scale to a small scale, or a huge land area to a small land area, from a big biosphere to a small tree, this information is available. And there are so many satellite programs that are involved in taking this information. Atmosphere related, some satellites take information, and the resource related, the marine resource related, some satellites are involved in taking information. For land information, there are so many satellites involved. For aerosols, there are other satellites involved. Like this series of satellites, continuously it is launching, stationing over there, and taking all this information. More scientific, the academicians, scientists are involved here, and it is expanding every day, every year, every decade, and there is no limit for this. There is no limit for science. Even COVID also, during COVID situation, it has continued to collect Earth observation data, capturing changes in our planet systems, particularly in response to the changes in human behavior during societal distance and related shutdowns. Even shutdowns period, human behavior, they have collected some information. They have collected information relating to the social distance and the capturing changes in the response to the societal distancing also. So the NASA is involved in such information. And after that, there is one more agency involved in National Ocean and Atmospheric Administration. We call it as a NOAA. This agency equally collects huge information for geographers, geologists, environmentalists, many other earth science related, soil scientists, and there are stratigraphy people, hydrologists involved. So this NOAA collects huge information, especially urban heat islands effect, detection of these strategies and mitigation solutions. All these things are available. The biosphere, I mean the forest, from the soil, from the water, all these things, and these are easily captured, all this information, and given to the whole the academicians are people who can use. And now they are celebrating some kind of the environmental day, Earth Day, and Biosphere Day, and the Forest Day. So many environmental related, the ecology related information to spread the science, to understand basic science of the Earth, basic science of the Earth processes, basic science about the systems that are happening from grassroots level to big level, mega level. All these things, there are 6 ways to be citizen of scientist. Anyone can become a scientist. Not necessarily you should study BSc or MSc program and all that. Any valuable person, any citizen of any country or a person of this Earth, he can be scientist by way of understanding the Earth's processes. Number 1, watch for whales. Whenever you are traveling in the water, in the ocean water, you can just share your whale sighting, so scientists can track their population and trend. Whenever, because these phenomena never seen. So if you are traveling, if you get some information, immediately you capture through your mobile and send this information. This scientist can use this and for further study. And second one, geocache for a good cause. That means gather field notes, photos, and GPS data for benchmarks for location and height data This would help scientists or many others to understand the landscaping and track the tides. Whenever you are, in the coastal area, if you are close to that coastal area, you can report local water levels and flood impacts to help the NOAA or help the scientists understand communicate about future floods. Based on this, they can predict also, collecting huge information. Then you can find harmful algal blooms, collect water quality data that helps many scientists. Then you can be a sanctuary steward. You can pitch at a local marine sanctuary or estuarine research reserve, so that it is very helpful to the people for further study. Even Indian satellite system, IRS, is also involved, spreading science. I think myself, I have conducted more than 20 programs relating to this technology, space technology or remote sensing technology. We can call it a geospatial technology, including remote sensing, geographical information, or global positioning, or digital cartography. All these, they have a series of satellites, launched, and they are involved in getting land information system. So all these have given science more booming. And recently, IRNSS, Indian Regional Navigation Satellite System, is also launched. It is working. There are few satellites. They focus towards the Indian subcontinent, not only India, surrounding the countries like Myanmar, Bangladesh, Afghanistan, Pakistan, some the Indian Ocean islands, including Sri Lanka. All this information is available for scientific study. And applications of these IRNSS is terrestrial, aerial and marine navigation, disaster management, vehicle tracking and fleet management, integration with mobile phones, precise timing, which will help for military people, mapping and geodetic data capturing, terrestrial navigation aid for hikers and travelers in a mountainous region or glacial region, visual and voice navigations for drivers. All these things are available for the people. So this is how science is moving. So with this, what I would like to say final is, the science is not a standing water. Especially earth science is highly dynamic. You cannot expect how it is changing, because there are so many technologies, so many satellite or geospatial technologies are available to understand the whole earth system. So this is expanding day by day. So hence you have chosen a very good topic, that is changing perspectives of the science, social science. Under the science, I have taken earth science, wherein geography, especially physical geography, comes in. That physical geography, understanding physical geography, that needs a lot of technology. I would suggest all the participants, including organizers, to focus on the technology available and the theories that have been built and models that are being built by scientists, so that we can better understand the earth systems, earth processes, and earth phenomena that are distributed, which are essential for life sustaining. Because we are all existing over here, because these resources are there. The air that we breathe, it is needed. Good air, the quality air we need, because it is degraded. So how it is degraded, we want to know. Through the technology, we can understand. The land, especially soil, that we are producing, use the production, the food production for 8 billion people. So that we need to have a very good fertile soil, nutrient soil. Now land has been degraded. Soil is eroding due to some urbanization or deforestation or heavy population, all these things. And the water, it's been totally polluting. The hydrological cycle is a natural phenomena that happens, but it's been disturbed. It's been disturbed. And how this process happens, and where we have made mistakes, how the solutions are to be made. All these science will tell us. The scientific way of handling the life, leading life, is very, very essential for all of us. With this, I thank you all organizers for giving me an opportunity at talking to you. And if you have any queries, I'm really open for this. Thank you very much. Over to the organizers.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your nice and illuminating talk. You have rightly expressed your views and rightly described the role of technology to understand our Earth better. And in fact, I especially like your statement that anyone can be a scientist. Only thing is that he has to have the right mentality and he has to start working towards it. So I would just like to invite one or two questions for this.
Yeah, am I seeing you? Can you see? But here I cannot observe. But I don't know. Somebody is monitoring over there.
Okay. I don't think, sir. Okay.
Something wrong from organizer side. Okay.
All right. Anyway, I would just like to invite one or two questions as the time is tight.
Yeah, please.
Yeah. So if anyone from the participant side have any questions regarding this, you can please raise that. Well, sir, meanwhile, if I have one question, actually,
please.
It's like, as you have expressed, sir, I see a lot of scopes of interdisciplinary research in this particular thing, because you have space technologies on one side, you have that whole dynamics on the surface of the Earth that is changing. So how actually, and in most of the cases, we do not see the rightful approach of interdisciplinary research in our universities or colleges. So could you put some light on this? How should one progress, or how should we, or what maybe the funding agencies where we can approach?
Yeah, there are funding agencies are more maybe regional level, national level, even global level as well. But the thing is that first of all, if you want to have fundings, or if you want to have a major research programs, especially in the multidisciplinary stream, one should be very careful. Actually, first of all, we should understand our ability to handle, our capability to go ahead, and our understanding and how best we can finish this project work, the research work. That's most important. So for that, you should have a basic, the foundation. In a particular field, you should have completed at least some research. You should have a basic, ideas, background. If that is there, and if there are people who can add colors, who are from same or more or less same stream, then definitely funding agency would support you. But if the research proposal is very poor, and if you don't have a strong foundation, a strong base, or your partners are not up to the mark, or not belongs to the stream you are requested for, there we fail. So these are all plans and strategies under which we need to work out, and we need to go ahead. There are like Department of Science and Technology is there, Ministry of the Earth and Atmospheric Science is also there. Then we have international level. There are so many agencies which are involved in the funding under what is that? We have Commonwealth programs. We have Erasmus Mundus program in Europe countries. Then we have this one Australian program. There are so many programs are there actually, but it is a person who should be very, very strong enough to capture all these opportunities.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your nice talk.
Hello,
nice
sir.
illuminating talk. Yeah.
Yeah, please.
Hello, sir. I am Raman Goswami. Sir. PhD scholar of Magadha University.
Please go, Swami.
Sir,
Please tell me.
Sir, as
Yes.
the situation is not okay now.
Sorry?
because of the pandemic. The situation is not better, not okay now because of the pandemic.
That is true. That is true. This is time being.
There are so many scholars, there are so many brilliant students in every way in this India who are lacking technological support. And how for them now this time multidisciplinary studies, and how can they go ahead in this time? There are so many technical issues. They have even not smartphones. Their parents are jobless. They are not even giving their fees, paying, etc., etc. So it's a worst situation for everyone. The people like us, who are now related, so many webinars, so many seminars, so many e-conferences. It is true for them, sir. But we are actually in a trouble mood, sir. We have to wait that someday, the sun will arise again for everyone. And on that day, it will go ahead, sir. Until not, sir. It is my personal opinion, sir. Am I right or wrong?
Yeah, Mr. Goswami, you are right. I do understand. Because we are in an unprecedented situation. Because this is a global, biological disaster. I cannot deny. But we are academicians. We are not administrators. We are not politicians to take care or address these issues. What we can do is we can study, we can understand, we can collect data, we can convert it into information. We can give information to the people who can take care. We are not people who solve the problems, but we'll tell them these are the situation in India or somewhere in Indian territory or some region, so they can be decision makers. We don't have anything in our hand. Understand? But other thing is that, so these are unprecedented.
Sir, please, sir.
Yes.
As an academician, 1 month ago, my grandmother died because out of his age, excessive age, 92 years old. At the time of his funeral ceremony, I saw that 2 people are side rolled. No, everyone seeing them, no one helped them. As an academician, as a social animal, I helped them. I put them on a toto and sent them to the hospital. And 10 days later, what will happen? That I am corona positive. It is the impact of that.
Yeah, I think we are going out of topic. No problem. But Goswami, so now there is a fear. First of all, fear is created also, maybe created by media or created by some people, group of people, or many organizations, whatever it is. But until and unless you understand science of this pandemic virus, until and unless you understand the mechanism of this virus spreading, diffusing people, so you will be doing like this. Once people come to know about this virus, then things will be solved. And
yes,
for
sir,
any funeral, the event, the people, at least countable people would be there.
Yes.
But not only your situation, I can see this situation all over the world.
Yes.
Because we are new to it now. We are new to it now. So once we understand the mechanism, definitely the situation will be changed. So that's why we call it changing the science.
Yes,
the title is suitable for that.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. I think we have some, Professor Goswami, we have some time constraint for that. We have to go forward with the session. So maybe we can have a discussion later on. So for this time, I would just like to invite Professor Dr. Devendra Parikh, sir, the session chairperson, to say a few words in this particular session.
Yes, sir. Ashokji,
yes, please,
I am also in the astronomy and astrophysics, and you gave a very nice presentation. But
Yes, sir.
I want to know that what is the effect of secondary radiation on the rocks and the soil.
On the repeat the question, sir.
I want to know what is the effect due to the secondary cosmic radiation on the rocks and soil.
I'm not a specialized person, sir, to explain this actually. Only the astrophysics can answer. You can answer for this actually.
Yeah, because if you want to do any multiple disciplinary in the geography and based on the physics, then because I am doing the work on the radiation, secondary radiation, and I want to see the effect on the rocks and also on the soil, then how it is possible, sir?
No, I think it's a highly scientific, and in-depth, question you are asking me. But it's possible, if you collectively work like a geologist, some hydrologist, pedologist come together, and some physics people who are involved in this radiation study and all that. Definitely, it's going to be a big venture. Whether it is maybe international scale with other universities, international universities, definitely it would help you gain a lot. But in this phenomena, I'm really helpless because I have not studied this actually. What we study is a geological or maybe geographical phenomena. Land surface, we are limiting with the land surface phenomena like land degradation, or I can say the urban expansion, urbanization issues and challenges. So we are limiting with this, but that research I have not gone through, and I'm sorry for that actually, but this much I can say.
No problem. You gave a very good presentation. It's a very good. Thank you.
Yeah, because earth science, it's a vast field. It's an ocean. Beyond that, actually, there are the 1,000 lakhs together can work. There are so many disciplines. It's very difficult to understand. So thank you very much anyway. Thank you for giving me an opportunity and being with me and listening to all these things and involving in a discussion as well. Thank you, even this Devendra Parekh has asked a very good question actually, very scientific. I'm very sorry for that actually.
So
Sir, I'll get back to you.
If you give me mail, then we can make any collaborative project. So if
we do that. Prior to that, I'll have one professor in the physics department who is involved in this geophysics, and one more person is also there who is involved in radiation.
Yes. So you will provide me the mail, and we can start this work.
We have a big instrument installed in our university, provided by our ISRO, Indian Space Research Organization, which studies about radiation. So I'll also learn and I'll let you know. That is very important,
Yes, sir. So you will provide me the contact number and also mail so that I will talk to that person.
I love to do this.
Okay.
Well,
thank you very much, Rakesh ji. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. And really have taken this session to a new height. I would now like to request our Devendra Parekh sir to share a few words with this.
So this is a very good informative session, and all the participants, in my opinion, will get some very good knowledge which has been given by the Ashok sir. So it's a very good thing, and in my opinion, such type of the conference will continue in the future also. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, sir. In that case, so let us, I can see two raised hands. One is from Barna Sharma and another is from Rajaram Gaur. Is there any question on this particular session from your side?
Yeah, please let me know.
Yeah, I can see two raised hands.
kindly ask them to.
Yes, yes. So you can also put the questions if you have anything in the chat box so that we can later on take it up. So I would like to go towards the end of the session. For that, I would like to request Professor Anil Bansor to give the offer the vote of thanks.
Okay, thank you, sir. Now I am going to start vote of thanks this session. Firstly, I am a thank to today's resource person, Dr. Ashok Angaji, sir, for your valuable lecture on earth sciences. Thank you, sir. I am thankful to Dr. Devendra Parikh, sir, for chair and address this session. I am also thankful to Dr. Rakesh Maulik, sir, for introduce and coordination this session 3. Thanks to Professor Balasaheb Rao, sir, and thanks to all participants for joining and connected with us. And now I hand over the session to Professor Satarle, sir. Satarle, sir.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon, all of you. Today's इंदावर तालुका शिक्षण प्रसारक मंडळs कॉलेज ऑफ आर्ट्स भिगवण अँड रंगपारा कॉलेज अमरीवाई आसाम jointly organized an international conference on the topic changing perspective of language, literature, science and social science. Now on the fourth session of conference, in the previous session we have discussed on changing perspective health, changing perspective of science, changing perspective, understanding and response to the outbreak of COVID-19 Bangladesh. Now, in the fourth session, we are going to discuss
साताले सर तुमचा अनम्यूट झालाय.
fourth session. Dr. R.T. Bedre sir, Professor and Director UGC HRD Dr. Hari Singh Gaur University Sagar Madhya Pradesh and Chairperson Dr. Roshanara Sheikh, Head Department of English Chhatrapati Shivaji College Satara, Maharashtra. Now I request Dr. Manisha Chaure Jadhav to introduce today's resource person and chairperson Dr. R.T. Bedre sir and Dr. Sheikh. Please, Dr. Manisha, please introduce.
Thank you, sir. Very good afternoon to one and all. I am Dr. Manisha Chaure on the behalf of College of Arts, Bigwan and Rangapara College, Assam, here to introduce our chairperson as well as resource person of one-day multidisciplinary online international e-conference on changing perspectives of language, literature, science and social science. This is our fourth session. For this session, we have two great eminent personalities here virtually. First of all, I welcome to both. At first, I'm going to introduce our chairperson, Dr. Roshanara Sujit Sheikh. She is head and associate professor of the Department of English, Chhatrapati Shivaji College, Satara. Her educational qualification is MA PhD. She has completed diploma in women development and core competency from Shivaji University, Kolhapur. She has also completed diploma in music and comparing from Pune. Her research area is also too vast. Her 25 papers have been published at national and international level journals. She has presented 30 research papers at national and international seminars and conferences. She has remained the chairperson of the different sessions at national as well as international seminars. She has also delivered guidance lectures. She has worked as co-editor for books and souvenirs. She also writes articles in newspapers too. She is not only the academic person but also social too. Her social contribution is equally important to us. She knows her responsibility towards women. She delivers speeches on the women empowerment at various events. She has given guidance to women's self-help group on television DD Sahyadri. Recently, she is honored by Jnanadini Gaurav. Congratulations, ma'am, for your great achievement, and I heartily welcome to you. We have received a multi-talented personality as a chairperson in the form of a woman. Sorry, in the form of the ma'am. I welcome her once again. Welcome, ma'am. Now, I'm going to introduce our resource person. We have received such a great personality as a resource person for this session. I'm very happy to introduce him. Our resource person is Dr. R.T. Bedre, sir. He is a teacher, principal, IQC member, guide, as well as professor director. Dr. R.T. Bedre at present working as a professor director at UGC HRDC Dr. Hari Singh Gaur University, Sagar, MP. His educational qualification is MA Select, MPhil, PhD. He has 24 years teaching experience at undergraduate level, English language teaching, teaching Indian English drama, and higher education are the areas of specialization. Under his guidance, 8 candidates have been awarded the PhD degree. Apart from that, his 4 candidates awarded MPhil degree. He has 2 years research experience of MPhil and more than 3 years of PhD. He has completed 5 minor research projects, 1 major research project. He has presented research papers in the various research conferences, seminars, and workshops. Altogether, 5 at international level, 20 at national level, 5 at state level. As for his publication, his 2 research papers has been published in UGC care listed journals. In proceedings, 15 and in books, 10. Apart from that, he authored 6 books and also edited the same number. He has good deal of experience of organizing events. He has organized 6 national level, 4 state level, 3 regional level, and 4 college level events in the form of seminar, conferences, workshops, and sports events, etc. He has worked as a principal for the 6th year at Sri Pandit Guru Padikar College, Sirsala in Maharashtra, and successfully get accredited by NAC first cycle. He also remained the member of IQAC of 3 colleges in the area. Later on, he moved to the UGC HRDC Dr. Hari Singh Gaur University, Sagar, MP. At present, he has been associated with them. Such a great personality we received for this session. Such a versatile personality is here today, who is not only known people in the Maharashtra, but also in the out of the Maharashtra too. And it is a matter of pleasure to have Dr. R.T. Bendre sir in our showcase. We are eager to listen him. I heartily welcome Dr. R.T. Bendre sir. Welcome to both of you once again, and also thanks to the organizer and convener for giving me the opportunity to introduce great personalities today. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Manisha. Now I request Dr. R.T. Bedre, the resource person of this session, to start this presentation. Please, Bedre sir.
Thank you. I hope I am audible and visible as well.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Manisha ji, for your over generous introduction given to me. And patron of this international conference, Shri Harshavardhan Patil sir, very dynamic and charming leadership of Maharashtra. Then Principal Dr. Mahadev Valunji, a very close friend of mine. Namaste, sir. Then Principal Dr. Ranjan Kalitaji from Rangapara College, Ambapari from Assam, and other eminent resource persons and chairpersons who contributed their knowledge in this international conference in different roles. As I joined late, I'm not sure whether all of them joined or not, but let me just mention their names. Professor Samuel Ji from Nigeria, Dr. Sakaramji Patil, and Dr. Alak Paul Ji from Bangladesh, Dr. Jyotiram Mori Ji, Professor Hanjanji from Bengaluru, Dr. Devendra Parik Ji, Chairperson of this session, Dr. Roshan Para Sheikh Ji, and my dear friends from Begwan College and College from Assam. A very warm good afternoon to all. Dear friends, the very panorama of this international conference is very wide one because it covers so many things. I think I'm okay, sir, in English as well as Hindi, or should I go in mixed way?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Satrale sir ji, which one is better one? I'm comfortable in both. If
sir.
some
No
people
problem.
from outside non-Hindi belt are there, so I should better go in English. Okay. And let me assure you that my English is equally easy as Hindi. So there won't be any problem. Okay. So I was telling you that the panorama or the canvas of this international conference is so wide that so many things come here. And as we are organizing this international conference in the wake of this pandemic that has havocked our country, not only our country, but the whole world for last 2 years. And so many things are there. We are talking about social sciences, we are talking about sciences, we are talking about English language and literature and education also. So I hope that the earlier speakers must have covered so many things there. But again, there is possibility of slight repetition there. I beg your pardon and I hope that you will bear with me. So dear participants, if we see the history of the humanity, I'm not talking about just one nation, one part or some part. We see that in the life of every nation, some events take place, some incident take place that change the entire course of the nation. If we just think of India, we will see that the appearance of Mahatma Gandhi in 1915 in India changed the whole course of our freedom struggle. In the same way, we see that those things may take place in political matters, those things may take place in financial world, in medicine, in invention, in discovery, and so and so. I was just talking about the appearance of Mahatma Gandhi in case of India that changed the total course of India. In the same way, we see that as we got freedom, the unfortunate partition also changed the very narrative of Indian polity. In the same way, when we march little forward, we saw that we had Indo-China War in 1962, and that too changed the very course of the Indian polity. Then we have had emergency also, and an important incident that took place by the end of the 20th century was opening the doors of Indian economy to the world. And we see that not only changed the polity, it changed the social structure, and we had abundant change in the capital market of India, in the labor market of India, and at the same time, it changed the availability of the goods and services in India. So these are the important things that took place in the life of India. But there are certain things that change the whole world or major part of the world. If we think that way, and if we are a little bit acquainted with the history of political history of the world, we see that the very French Revolution, the very American War of Independence in 1776 and the French Revolution in 1789. It gave an inspiration, it gave a momentum, much needed momentum to the freedom struggles in the world. That is an important incident in the life of world, I can say. Then we have had 2 world wars in the 20th century, and we witnessed millions of people died there. Then by the end of the 20th century, again, one incident took place, that particularly in the West Asia, that we say that Iraq's attack on Kuwait, and we see that a Gulf War took place there, and that changed the very geospatial equation in the West Asia and South Asia. So those things are there. And then at the beginning of the 21st century, again, we saw that the 9/11 that took place in America, that again changed the very outlook of the Western world to look at the Islam. So these are the things that took place in the world. But again, we can say that these things affected some part of the world. Maybe some continent, maybe Europe, maybe America, maybe West Asia. But there are certain things there are certain incidents or events that affected the whole humanity, the whole human race. And those things are very important, and those things may take place in politics, those things may take place in medicine, those things may take place in discovery of certain things. For example, we can say that the invention of TV and radio, that brought a revolution, unprecedented revolution in the world of communication, and the whole world was connected together. And no one remained untouched by that. Then we have had, if we think that the discovery of some vaccine, particularly vaccine for polio, then medicine for HIV. So these things again change the whole humanity. And similarly, the recent one that we are talking about, that is, we can see appearance, there are so many debates regarding the appearance of COVID-19. Some people call it is the China virus, and there are some debates. But that particular incident, the outbreak of COVID-19 and its aftermath, changed the whole scenario of the world, whole scenario of the humanity. And its impact was multidimensional. It was a multi-pronged one, because it affected economy, it affected medicine world, it affected society, it affected political world, and so many things took place there. And we see that in the first wave, particularly Italy, then America, UK, and these countries affected maximum, because there were the more casualties. And we see that whatever the media coverage we were watching in those days, particularly last year in the month of March and April, those things were quite shocking one. Those things were quite alarming, but somehow we see that in the first wave, India managed to survive with the comparatively less casualty. I can say comparatively less. Of course, every death has equal value. Every human life has equal value. And that is known only by those people whose near and close ones are, victimized or they are dead. But comparatively, less people died in the first wave. But what happened? Only death was not matter of fact there. But we see that people were subjected to the untold suffering. Untold suffering, I can say. Because I don't want to go into the political dimensions of that thing. But the sudden declaration of the lockdown turned so many people unemployed. They become jobless. And again, the sudden closure of the public transport made people have a mass migration from one place to another place. Particularly last year, we saw that people were moving from Maharashtra, from Gujarat, from Delhi, from Telangana to their home places. And we know that many people died during their journey. So that was one thing. And at the same time, we saw that migration was one of the major migrations after partition, and the migration that we watched in 1990s of Kashmiri Pandits. So this is again one thing. And at the same time, we say that people face a certain types of boycotts at their home. Now that is again very wonderful thing there. Now, boycotts were there because most of the people were unaware of this virus. Unaware, I can say. We didn't have any kind of vaccine there. We didn't have any kind of medicine there. And we were aware of the methods also there. So we saw there that many people face a kind of trauma. The patients, the positive patient, their families, and we saw that last year that the boundaries of the town, the boundaries of the villages, boundaries of the colonies were closed. And even though the people, residents of that colony were not allowed to go there. So that created a kind of trauma. And at the same time, one thing we must have noted there that last year, in the absence of any tried and tested methodology, so many people came with their own methods. and most of them were unscientific also. Unscientific. Most of them were unscientific. I did not want to go whether lighting the lamp, then clapping, and of course these things work in case in the direction of motivating people, but those things were unscientific. And at the same time, certain I can say that this year I saw in Gujarat that some people applied the cow dung to their bodies to save themselves from this coronavirus. So certain things took place there. But what happened in the second wave? That is most disastrous there. Because that this second wave exposed our false claims of medical infrastructure. At the same time, it exposed the political insensitivity. That is very important there. And we saw that there were so many people, because India, country like India, with a vast population and very limited sources, we didn't have medical staff, we didn't have medical infrastructure, we didn't have enough stock of medicine. And again, we saw that beds were not available in the hospital, then doctors were not there, again oxygen cylinders were not there, the short supply of remdesivir there, and all these things managed the media headlines. And at the same time, we saw that some states, particularly states like Kerala, states like Maharashtra, states like Telangana, and somehow the state like Delhi managed to survive this thing. But certain states face a very huge, I can say, toll of the death there. And particularly we can say the flowing the dead bodies of victim, I can say this patient in the river Ganges created a political uproar also, political things also. But our issue is not here, because these things are the matter of politics. Let them decide those things. We are not very much, I can say, concerned with that. Because again, there is the issue, what are the exact numbers of the deaths, exact numbers of deaths. So those things are a matter of disagreement, and those things will be debated by the politicians. But remember, whether the two numbers came or not, who resigns and who comes, who takes the hold, those things are not going to bring those lives were lost in those deaths. So these things happen, so let that be. Now, but among all these things, amidst all these things, certain positive things took place there. Particularly, we saw that the medical staff, particularly the medical staff fought unto the last against all odds. Doctors were there, nurses were there, security people were there, and remember, they were working as a frontliners at the risk of losing their own lives, and unfortunately, some of them lost their lives also. And even in the vaccination drive also, we see that the ASHA workers at the grassroots level are working very wonderful thing. So, but my focus is somewhere else. This is the background against which we are working, against which we are placed, we are posited here. Now, let us see what happened in the field of higher education. That is very interesting thing there. Certain things are rather disheartening, and certain things are there encouraging also. And as I see, the impact of this pandemic on higher education is fourfold one. Or it affected the 4 T's, I say, the 4 T's. The first, teaching, learning and evaluation process. Second, the teachers. Third, the tots, the students. And the fourth is the tools, infrastructure and fund management is there. So I want to discuss the impact of this COVID-19 on higher education in this way. So how the perspectives of higher education have changed and how we people have adapted to the changing times. Dear friends, I was talking about the first T, that is teaching, learning, and evaluation. Now, this COVID pandemic or this pandemic made us take recourse to or take support of this online teaching. No, online teaching is nothing new at all. We will not or we should not say that only because of COVID-19 we invented, we discovered, or we went to online teaching. No, it was already in vogue, but it was confined to certain advanced universities and certain courses and certain platforms like SWAM and NPTEL and so many things were there. But very few students went there. Most of the courses aired on these OTTs, or we can say online platforms, were meant for teacher, for the upgradation of their knowledge. But very few people go there. And last year also, after this COVID, we were forced to go to that. Remember, as I was telling you that this is nothing new to us. It was already there. What COVID did was it gave a much needed momentum to that, much needed speed to that, because UGC and other funding agencies and other nodal agencies were pressing the teaching community to go for online courses. But somehow we were reluctant there. But because of this COVID-19, we were forced. The taking online courses became mandatory for us. And remember, last year, in the beginning of the last academic year, we saw that not much online teaching learning process were taking place there. On the other hand, so many webinars, academic events were taking place in online mode. Please remember, these were taking place there. Because last year we saw the flood. I should use the word flood, like Mahapur. It was a kind of tsunami of academic event. So many webinars, so many conferences, so many workshops, so many things were taking place there. And I saw that some colleges made the record of organizing such seminar. In my vicinity in Maharashtra, there is a college located at a very tehsil place. I should use the name here also. That is Lokmanya Tilak College, Vadbani. And the principal of that college is a very close friend of mine. That college organized some 25 seminars or seminar workshops, whatever you may say, in the single academic year. Now see, it was highly impossible for a college like Vadbani or any college that is located at a rural place to organize such events in the offline mode. But it could become possible only in the wake of this COVID, because it offered to us a new platform, that is online or virtual platform. Now, what topics were addressed there? How many students were attending that course? What was the relevance of those academic events? That is a matter of investigation. We will put it aside. But it became. And last year, let me tell you, as I am associated with the Training Program Center, last year, every HRDC of our country, there are some 66 HRDCs and some 25 TLCs are there. TLC, Teaching Learning Center, established under Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya National Mission for Teaching and Training. 25 TLCs and 66 HRDCs organized or conducted all the programs in online mode. And remember, that was very convenient, because that was very economical. Otherwise, that would not have been possible there. And remember, now even the examination last year, now most of us are here from Maharashtra. Of course, in the beginning, there was some debate whether to conduct exam or not. And finally, Supreme Court and UGC intervened, and we had to have exam in the blended mode or online mode for the last exams only. But remember, even exam took place in the blended mode, somewhere in blended mode and somewhere in the online mode. So this was the picture of the last year. But what happened this year? This year, we didn't have any other option. हमारे पास कोई चारा ही नहीं था. We didn't have any option here. Everything this year took place in the online mode. Even entrance exam, admission process, and the classes also started in the online mode. Remember, last year, online teaching was confined, it was limited to some urban colleges only. But the college from Big One, college from Sirsala, college from that Alampari, we were not that much associated with that because we were reluctant there. But this year, everything we have to begin in the online. We have to begin in online mode. Everything. And this time, even the rural colleges also started taking their classes in the online mode. Online mode. That is very important because as Dr. Manisha was referring to my college, the Sri Pandit Guru Partikar College, that is again located at the Gram Panchayat level. I think Dr. Prashant Taure knows it very well, and I think Dr. Waluj also is closely associated with that. Sir, even today I am member of that WhatsApp group, and every morning, every day, I see the screenshots of the online classes sent by the teacher. So remember, it is the great success, it is the great change in the perspective of the teaching learning mode that a small college, a single faculty college like Sirsala or like Big One or maybe Alambari College, even these small colleges are now running their teaching learning process in the online mode. That is a wonderful change that we saw there. It took place in TLE, teaching, learning, and evaluation. The second is that is teacher. That is very wonderful thing there. Now let us think of the teachers. Last year, our whole business was confined to attending such academic events like seminars and conferences and getting the certificate. That was a choice. Last year, taking online classes was the choice. But this year, we didn't have any choice. And remember, I must say, it has become mandatory this time. Or I must say that we teachers were put in the position of the bank employees. I remember that some 10 years back or some 15 years back, for the first time, the digital transactions were introduced in the banking. And remember, there were so many employees in the bank who were reluctant to adopt, reluctant to learn certain new things there. But only two options were there. Either learn digital operations or just go back to home. Take VRS. In that condition, in that dilemma, this year the teachers of this whole higher education process were put. And I'm very happy that after the initial reluctance, I don't see that some teachers rejected it. No teacher rejected, no teacher went for VRS. After initial reluctance, all the teachers adopted this online process. Of course, I told you that reluctance was there because the teachers who were 50 plus or sometimes 55 plus, they were very unhappy because they were just singing the praises of the offline mode. Offline mode is better one because having the teacher, student before us, that is the great tradition, and nothing is interesting in the online mode. Certain things were there. But when the peer competition was there, peer pressure was there. If my colleague is using and I'm not using, somehow I felt myself backward, undeveloped, and somehow with the help of my family, with the help of my friends, even sometimes with the help of my students, I learned that. And that took place in case of every teacher there. Remember, but again, one more thing is there. As I told you that many colleges are posting their screenshot and other thing. But again, certain things are there that we lack the mechanism for monitoring, examining, and verification of these online courses. I don't see that even principal like me or principal like Valun sir or Ranjan Kalita sir, we don't have any well-designed, well-calculated mechanism to see whether an XYZ teacher is conducting this class in the regular way or just posting the screenshot. Again, I don't have any mechanism to see whether the whole syllabus is covered there or not. So many things are there, and if these things are improved, we can go in the proper direction. Then third T, that is taught, that is students. That is the wonderful thing here. All this paraphernalia, all this exercise, we are doing for the sake of students. They are our customer. They are the direct beneficiaries, we can say, because our mechanism or our agencies are student centric, because student is at the central point. Everything is done for the sake of the students. And if we do not take into consideration what their perspective is, then the whole exercise is futile. It is nonsense then. Now, what happened there? First of all, we have to see that our students, just forget about Mumbai, Pune, Nashik and Guwahati and other things. Remember, most of the universities and colleges are located in the rural places. I don't think even Baramati as an urban place. No, it is again, the intake of these colleges is from rural parts. And remember, in rural parts, the picture is quite different. It is quite different. The picture in Mumbai and picture in Bhigwan are the two poles apart. The picture in, I can say in Pune and picture in Sirsala, again it two different things. What I see in Indore is not seen in Sagar. Because though it is a corporation place, corporation location, but the intake of the student is from the rural parts. And remember, in rural parts, the things, the picture is not as bright as we take it to be. It is not like that. It is very terrific one, because our students do not have access to smartphones. Let me clear our misconception, because I heard that misconception last year also when some protests in JNU were taking place there. And it was said there that the fee hike in JNU was less than the expenses to the cigars of the student having there. In that, even in the present context, it is sometimes said that every hut, every house has 4 and 5 smartphones there. But please remember, it is not the case here. Our families are having 2 or 4 smartphones because we are well paid. If all of us are here, teachers here, we are well paid. I may have 2 mobiles. Sometimes I have seen the teachers having 2 mobiles in their 2 pockets. It is the bright picture here. It is possible that my daughter is having a separate phone, my wife is having a separate phone, your spouse may be having a separate phone, but the picture in the rural family is quite different. Well, and remember, even if they have some phone, there is only one. Even today, that touch button phones are being used there, even today. And remember, if there is some smartphone, we see that the girl students are not allowed to possess or carry or use phone. Even today, we are very much backward there. Very much backward there. And again, availability of phone is one thing. And second thing, that is the expenses toward the internet data. And again, connectivity issue is there. Remember, we are working at the grassroots level. Because if I see I'm seeing the name of the college from Assam, that I don't think that is district place. Again, that might be some Mopasal place or some Tehsil place. Issues are same, ma'am. You may go to any part of our country, rural part is facing the same issue there. So these things are there. Remember, infrastructure, phone issue is there, and again, our mentality. Our mentality is again very different thing. Because as I was referring to that, our tradition is the getting education by sitting at the feet of the gurus. Because with our that Gurukul system is there, we are followers of that, and even our modern education system is modeled on the same thing. If the teacher is sitting there and students are in front of him, the student also enjoy it, and the teacher also get a kind of tonic from the students, because our students are the batteries of our energy. If they are not there, we become indisensitive. In the same way, students also face the equal problem, similar problem, because having a mobile or any device for 4 hours together and just watching it is a matter of boredom. It is a matter of monotonous things are there. Remember, students come to the college for most of time for their friends. This is again an open secret. Hardly they come to the college to see the teacher, because they come to the college for their friend, maybe girlfriend, maybe boys and girls. So that is again a kind of peer learning takes place here. Experiential learning, if I'm not using the word correctly, experiential learning takes place there. But in case of this, something different. Even today, our students believe in Guru Bina Gyan Nahi. That is our proverb, Guru Bina Gyan Nahi. And we see that because of that, the highest pedestal is given to the teacher. Like we say, some Sanskrit shloka is there, that is Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Maheshwara. That is the highest post, highest respect given to the student, to the teacher. And in this atmosphere, in this mentality, our students are born and brought up. And we suddenly force them to this online mode. So one has to remember their condition also. Because we have to admit that face-to-face, F2F mode has its own merits. It may be rather expensive, it may be rather time-taking, but it has its mode, its own respective, because there is some space for live interaction. Peer learning space is there, but in online mode, I see that that space is quite minimized. I see many online classes where the admin mutes all the participants. Admin shuts the video cams of all students. Why? Because they may chat among themselves. They may cause some disturbance. But remember, please, their chatting among themselves again is a kind of way of learning that we have forgotten. We are just thinking of the disturbance. But remember, disturbance, it is said that crowded classroom is better than a well-disciplined classroom, because that is their discussion among themselves is again a part of learning. It is a kind of learning, but that is missing, and our students are missing that in the online mode. And the last one that I would like to consider here, that is tools. Tools, here we have so many things here. When I use the word tool, I mean the softwares, then the mobile phone devices, and third thing, that is expensive toward internet. Remember, no mobile company, no mobile, or I will say data service provider has its package less than or below than 200 rupees for 28 days. I'm taking it the minimum one. Minimum, at least 200. It is more than that. And Jio network doesn't work every place. Please keep in mind, it doesn't work. So these are the issues. Mobile phones are not there. There are no provision for the expenses for toward net. And another thing, last thing is that is the connectivity. I may have a mobile phone. I may have money to spend on internet data. But what about connectivity issue? It is not in my hand. Neither in the hands of the college nor in the hands of the student. So this issue is there. Therefore, we see that in some colleges, even if some classes are taking place in online mode, we see that a very small number of students are participating there. Very small number, 10% or maybe less than 10%. Here, issue of this one is there. And again, fund management is very important in here. We see that this COVID has affected the whole economy of India. From every side, we are facing the crunch of the fund. Crunch of the fund. If I'm not wrong, and Dr. Valunj will agree with me that beside salary grant, we are not receiving anything. Not receiving a single rupee. And the picture may not be different in Assam also. Only we are receiving salary grant. And again, the CHB problem and contact teacher problem are very different there. Now, in different states, different workload issues are there. Sometimes only one teacher is there and so much syllabus is there, so many papers there. How to manage that? In the absence of this fund, because government is also helpless. Please remember, I'm not blaming government, because from last year there is a, I can say, steep fall in the revenue collection, steep fall. So because of that also we are facing so many problems there. And again, I must say that in rural places, so many people have turned jobless. Government is providing food at the rationalized price, but again there are some issues. Remember, only the meeting both ends meet has become difficult for so many people, and in such conditions, expenses towards education get the back place. They are put to the cold storage, and it is highly difficult there. But even remember, as I was telling that 30% to 40% students are girls in higher education sector. I don't say that they are carrying the equal share, but 30% to 40% students, that picture may be different, they are girls. And as I told you that even today, girls are not allowed to use smartphones. So how we are going to tackle this problem? So these are the things that we have to see. But remember, I have put the picture before you, and you must have developed some pessimistic view if I'm just going on the counting the issues there. But please remember, but the things are not rather disheartening. Not disheartening, because some remedies are there, and I believe that these problems are not without solution. And I strongly believe that every problem is born with this solution. Problems are born with solution. Some solutions are there. We have to work hard in that direction. And again, I must say that we will not be able to achieve or work out 100% success. But in that direction, we may go there. And first of all, let me tell you how to go in the direction of solution. Prashantji, please remind me. I need just not more than 5 minutes. Please remind me. Unfortunately, what is taking place at the national level in case of COVID patient, the same thing is taking place at the college and university level in case of online learning. We don't have exact and authentic data with us as to how many students are having smartphone and not. We don't have exact data. We don't know how many girl students are having smartphone or not. What is their income group? We don't have. Unfortunately, we don't have. If we have authentic data, we can go in the direction of solving some issues. If that one is done, we can have some issues. For example, now I'm sure that there may be some 10% students who don't have smartphones. Again, we can say that there may be 5% families where single smartphone is not there. Single. There may be. If there is not, I appeal our teacher fraternity and some people from society also that we can go for used smartphones also. Remember, getting rid of this e-rubbish, we can say, or that we can say wastage, has become a great issue before us. We don't know what to do with the used phones, because there are some people, even my friends are there, who change their mobile phones every year. The new phone is introduced, this phone becomes monotonous for them and they go for the new one. So we can go, or we can think of using this used phone for students. That is one thing there. Again, I know that some scholarship issues are there, but some non-salary is there. Out of that, some student development fund can be created with contributions from teachers, from students, and some society members also. With that also, we can go there. Now, another issue is there of data or data. Now, remember that it rarely becomes that only one student comes from one village. No. At least 5 to 10 students come from one village. Now we can appoint one leader, team leader there, and we can provide him or her, maybe girl student or boy student. We can call it dongle, or we can say Wi-Fi device there. And remember, if we subscribe for the higher data for a month, it is rather cheaper one. And remember, that particular student can operate, can monitor the thing there, because only during the times of their classes the Wi-Fi will be on, otherwise it will be off, and that could be a cheaper one there. And again, I mean that we can go for some we can go for some sponsors also. Sponsors are there. Perhaps I'm using the wrong word. Some donors are there. Some generous people are there. If we go to them, if we appeal to them, and if we present our noble cause before them, they may help you. Because I have worked in the rural place, and I have had a very positive response there. So that could be done there. And as I will tell you that, one more thing, awareness visits are very important. Because we have to go to the villages, we have to see their parents, we have to convince them, because without your convincing, the parents will not hand over smartphone to girls, even if they are mature enough. That we have to take care there. So these are the things there. And finally, our sincerity. I must say that now online webinars and seminars are enough now. Now we should go for online teaching learning now. It is enough, because I see that not much is gained out of that. So that is very important there. And finally, I would say that proper monitoring is needing. And lastly, participative learning is very important. Let us make the online learning rather student participating. Let them have a chat time. Let them have everyday basis some test where they can participate, and that could be done very interestingly. Finally, with your permission, I would like to play a video here. One of my colleagues here shared this video with me. Shared. Perhaps I have to share it. Let me see how to share it. 1 minute. I have forgotten it. 1 minute. Yes. Is my screen visible to you now?
Yes, sir. Yes.
1 minute. 1 minute. Huh?
Yes, sir. It is visible.
Yes. First of all, I beg your pardon. Am I audible, sir? Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible.
First of all, I beg your pardon, because in this video, the animals are shown there, dogs are shown there. I don't want to consider our teacher that dogs and our students as dogs. We are very respectable people. We, including myself, the video is like that, and it is shown how pathetic picture is there in online teaching, how students are unresponsive, because it is taking place one way only, and that will be proved by this video. Let me play it now. Is it audible, visible to you now? 1 minute, 1 minute.
Yes, yes.
See, 1 minute. Stop sharing, 1 minute. Am I visible to you now? Yes. What is this? The online teaching has become one way. It is monotonous. The teachers are doing their best, but there is no response from the students. Here in this video, we saw that the one person, online teacher, is doing his best. He's putting everything there, but the learner is not even moved. there is no effect on that learner. The major thing in the availability of funds, in the availability of mobile phone, in the availability of internet connection, in the availability of data, this thing must change. Because learning is like a love. It is the two-way. It is not one way. And if we overcome this issue, I'm sure that in the time to come, this has a very bright future. And I'm very confident that we teachers have survived many more changes. And we will survive this one also. Thank you very much for the organizers and my participants, fellow participants also. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. R.T. Bedre, sir. This wonderful presentation. Now I request two participants open for discussion. Ask your question one by one. Question. Participant, please. You have any question?
Yes. There are only two possibilities. There is entirely disagreement or agreement. या तो आप हमारे साथ है या हमारे against है. That is the only option there. But these are the common issues faced everywhere.
Nice presentation.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Bedre, sir. Thank you. Now I request to chairperson, Dr. Roshan Nara Sheikh, madam, to express your their view. Please, Sheikh, madam.
Yes. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, madam.
Yes. Good afternoon, one and all. A resource person of this session of the International Conference, Honorable Dr. R.T. Bedre, sir, Professor, Director, UGC HRDC, Dr. Gao University, Madhya Pradesh, then all the dignitaries and all the participants. At the very outset, I would like to thank to the organizers of College of Arts, Big One, the IQC coordinator, Dr. Prashant Saure, his whole team, for giving me this opportunity for chairing the session. Actually, the topic, changing perspectives of education, is very vast. But Honorable Dr. Bedre has explained it in detail. It is true that education is not simply about achieving a higher state of knowledge, but it is about equipping our students with the tools they need to go out into the world and shape it for them. But if we see, education changes the life for better. And we know that in the classroom, students not only gain the skills and abilities, but also broadens the mind and provide alternative perspectives which can change the students' outlook and approach to the world. Education has a history of fostering positive social change. And I think most would agree that we should help our students to develop their skills in critical thinking and problem solving. I would like to stress the role of the teachers in the reconstruction of our education system. Teacher is not merely a communicator of knowledge and information, but he is the molder of the character and personality. Honorable resource person said that rapid changes and increased complexities of today's world present new challenges and put new demands in our education system. Dr. Bedre has also focused on the pandemic situation and on education and economy. So the teaching online teaching and online courses. Even so many online conferences, seminars took place because of COVID-19. And it is the fact, sir, most of our students have no smartphones. Even in my college, we saw that in one family, there is only one smartphone or only one Android phone. Besides, due to lack of connectivity, very less number of students can attend the lectures. This is the fact. Students are missing the advantages and good memories and good experiences of classroom teaching. But there is no alternative in today's pandemic situation. And we are facing these problems each and every day. To conclude, I would like to say Dr. Bedre's speech focused on the facts of online teaching, but Honorable Sir has also suggested the solutions for it. That we have to focus, we have to concentrate on the availability of the smartphones or connectivity and regarding all these things. But actually ये सब हमारे हाथ में तो नहीं है, तो भी हमको इस तरह से और इस रास्ते पे हम चल रहे हैं क्योंकि हमारे आगे अब कोई दूसरा चारा है नहीं, इसलिए हम ये पैंडेमिक सिचुएशन को फेस कर रहे हैं। पैंडेमिक सिचुएशन में जो भी हालात हमारे सामने है, उस हालात में हमको तो हमारे बच्चों को, हमारे स्टूडेंट्स को पढ़ाना होगा और इसी सिचुएशन में हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। शो मस्ट गो ऑन, इस तरह से हमको आगे जाना है। बहुत चैलेंजेस है हमारे सामने, देयर आर मेनी चैलेंजेस इन फ्रंट ऑफ अस, बट वी आर फेसिंग दिस चैलेंजेस एंड वी आर गोइंग अहेड। इट इज ट्रू, ये सच है कि हमारे क्लास में अगर 120 स्टूडेंट्स हैं तो उसमें से आज भी हमारे क्लास में लेस देन 50 स्टूडेंट्स, 50 से कम स्टूडेंट्स के पास ये स्मार्टफोन्स है। और तो भी स्मार्टफोन्स है लेकिन एक ही फोन है उनके फैमिली में, और ये बच्चा अगर फर्स्ट ईयर में पढ़ता है और अगर दूसरा बच्चा उस फैमिली का ही इज लर्निंग इन द 10th क्लास और वो 10वीं या 12वीं कक्षा में है, तो फिर वो जो स्मार्टफोन है वो इसको मिलता नहीं है। वो किसको मिलता है? वो उसके तरफ जाता है जो 12th में है। द स्टूडेंट हु इज लर्निंग इन द 12th क्लास, ही इज गेटिंग दैट स्मार्टफोन, उसको मिलता है, बिकॉज द 12th क्लास इज very important. So all these are the problems we are facing today. But as the Honorable Sir has suggested some solutions for it, इस solutions के जरिए और इस solutions को लेकर हम आगे बढ़ सकते हैं और बढ़ेंगे भी। तो ये आज की जो situation है, इसमें से हमको आगे जाना होगा और ऐसे ही हमको बच्चों को पैंडेमिक सिचुएशन में पढ़ाना होगा। ये तो सच है, ये तो फैक्ट है। I would like to say that both the style and substance of Dr. Honorable Dr. Bedre's speech is very factual and informative. Once again, I am very thankful to the organizers. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, madam. Now I thank you. This session is very fruitful. Thank you, Dr. R.T. Bedre sir. Today's fourth session, resource person, and I thank you, Dr. Sheikh madam. आपने सही एनालिसिस किया फोर्थ सेशन का और डॉक्टर बेदरे सर के स्पीच का. Once again, thank you, Sheikh madam, and I also thank you, Dr. Manisha, to introduce to resource person and chairperson. And I thank you all the participants, and thank you very much all participants and for session. And now I declare that this fourth session is over, and fifth session and last session handover Dr. Rakesh Sarkar. Please, Dr. Rakesh Sarkar.
Good afternoon.
Dr. Rakesh Sarkar. Okay.
Good afternoon, sir. Respected Dr. Ranjan Kolita sir, Principal of Rangapara College, Dr. Anandra Deka sir, Vice Principal of Rangapara College, and Dr. Saru Shaurya ma'am, President Governing Body of Rangapara College, and Chief Guest to the conference, Dr. Mahadev Alanji sir, Principal of College of Arts Vigyan, and respected Honorable Harshavardhan Patel sir, former Minister of Maharashtra, and respected multi-talented resource person, Dr. Bedre sir from Madhya Pradesh, and Dr. Hanjangi sir from Bangalore, and apart from the world, Dr. Balwala sir from Nigeria, and Dr. Ashok Pal from Bangladesh, and Prashant Chave sir, convener to the conference, and Santosh Manaji, and all the participants to join the various part of the country and abroad. Today, the time has come to draw a curtain to our program as we come to the close of it. A very good evening and a warm welcome to all of you to this electric session of the International Multidisciplinary Conference on Changing Perspectives of Language, Literature, Science, and Social Science. We had very insightful talks followed by discussion on all the sessions of the program. I am sure the participants will be much benefited from the lectures delivered at each session. In the valedictory session, we are happy to have with us Dr. Saru Shaurya ma'am, Honorable President of Governing Body, Rangapara College. I welcome Dr. Gitartha Kaushik, Assistant Professor, Department of Geology, Rangapara College, who will introduce Dr. Nath ma'am to the house present online. I also welcome Dr. Prashant Chave sir, Assistant Professor, Department of English, College of Arts, Vigyan. Dr. Prashant Chave sir will deliver the vote of thanks. In addition, we shall have a feedback session from the participants where we will listen from the participants on their experience about the e-conference. Now I would like to hand over the session to Dr. Gitartha Kaushik and request him to introduce our guest of honor for this session, Dr. Saru Shaurya ma'am. Dr. Gitartha Kaushik.
Thank you so much, Sarkar sir. A very good evening to all the respected delegates and participants from different parts of India. I, Dr. Gitartha Kaushik, Assistant Professor, Department of Geology, Rangapara College, welcome you all to the valedictory session of the International E-Conference on Changing Perspective of Language, Literature, Science, and Social Science, jointly organized by Rangapara College, Ahom, and College of Arts, Vigyan, Maharashtra. We are now heading towards our next session, and according to the program, we are now having the speech by the chief guest. We are actually very fortunate to have with us a very renowned academician and a very popular figure in Assamese literature, Honorable Dr. Saru Shaurya ma'am. Now, let me take the privilege to introduce Dr. Nath ma'am to the gathering. Well, born and brought up in a small town of Assam, Dolgaon, ma'am has completed her education from Guwahati University, Ahom. She was awarded with the PhD degree by Guwahati University in 1991. And ma'am has actually proved that to learn something, age is not at all a barrier. She has completed the Probin exam by Assam Rashtra Bhasha Prachar Samiti in 2019. Ma'am has started her academic career as an assistant professor in 1979 at Tejpur College. She has successfully guided the college as the principal for 12 long years. Ma'am has already published 9 books, including 2 books for children. Ma'am has also acted as an editor for 15 books. From her core research area geography, Ma'am has already written 6 books. You will be glad to know that 5 articles were published by different writers on the biography of Dr. Nath Ma'am. Ma'am has already acted as a president and members for 60 different organizations. Ma'am has invited as special speaker for a number of meetings. Till date, Ma'am has delivered 93 lectures in different meetings across Assam. Ma'am has actively taken part and already delivered her talk in 6 national and international conferences. In the research field, Ma'am has published 4 research papers. She has also published 14 different articles related to geography. 12 articles of Dr. Nath Ma'am have been broadcasted by All India Radio, Guwahati and Dibrugarh. You will be glad to know that Ma'am has written an article with the heading A Geographical Analysis of Tejpur Region, which is and will be acting as a helpful tourist guide if you want to visit the Ukhanagori, Tejpur. Well, Ma'am has been awarded with a number of awards, including Dr. Ambedkar Fellowship in 2002 from Dalit Sahitya Academy, Indira Gandhi Sadbhavana Award from National Integration and Economic Council, New Delhi, Michael Madhusudan Award in 2014 from Michael Madhusudan Academy, Kolkata, in her accolades. She has been honored with the title Karma Prana on 4th of April 2021 by the Hodo Ahom Lekhika Homaroh Committee, Tejpur branch. Ma'am has received the literary pension from the government of Assam in 15 August 2020. Currently, Ma'am is offering her service as a president governing body in Rangapara College. She is also actively taking part in women empowerment. Currently, she is occupying the post of president in Hodo Ahom Lekhika Homaroh Committee, which is a very popular women literary organization of Assam. Actually, we are very happy and we are very fortunate to have with us Dr. Saru Shohriya ma'am. Now, I would like to request our today's chief guest, Dr. Nath ma'am, to deliver her speech as the chief guest. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Namaskar and good afternoon to all resource persons and guests present here. Respected principal of Rangapara College, respected principal of College of Arts and Vigan, Indopur, Pune, and distinguished guests, today's resource persons, participants, faculty members and students of both of these 2 colleges. I feel proud that I have been invited as a chief guest in this valedictory function of International E-Conference organized by Rangapara College jointly with College of Arts and Vigan, Indopur, Pune. I convey my thanks to all the organizers for giving me this chance to be a chief guest in this auspicious occasion. Already 4 sessions have gone on this subject. I enjoyed last session that was changing perspectives on of education, and resource person was Dr. R.T. Badar. I enjoyed a lot and the session was very informative. I feel proud that Rangapara College for arranging such an multidisciplinary online international e-conference jointly with College of Arts, Bhigwan, Indopur, Pune. Today's sessions were very informative and enjoyable. I think all participants learned some valuable things from these sessions. In this session, first session, Dr. Alok Paul, Professor, Department of Geography, University of Chittagong, Bangladesh, delivers valuable speech on the topic Understanding and Response to the Outbreak of COVID-19 in Bangladesh, Implication for Mitigation Measures. COVID-19 is a burning issue now. COVID-19 affects different people in different ways. Most infected people will develop mild to moderate illness and recover without hospitalization. COVID-19 spreads all over the world. Dr. Paul has discussed about Bangladesh's cases. This type of discussions increase awareness amongst general people. Dr. Ashok D. Hanjagi, Professor, Department of Geography, Bangalore University, delivers speech on the third session, Changing Perspectives of Science with Respect to Earth Science. Earth science or geoscience includes all fields of natural science related to planet. Earth sciences can include the study of geology, the lithosphere, and the large-scale structure of Earth's interior, as well as the atmosphere, hydrosphere, and biosphere. Typically, Earth scientists use tools from geology, chronology, physics, chemistry, geography, biology, and mathematics to build a quantitative understanding of how Earth works and evolves. Earth science affects our everybody's lives. Our restless Earth is always changing. Tectonic plates drift, the crust quakes, and volcanoes erupt, air pressure falls, storms form. All these powerful forces transform our Mother Earth. And today's discussion is on the changing perspectives of science with respect to earth science and changing perspective of education, etc. And these discussions were very much informative and valuable for the participants. In the fourth session, the topic was changing perspective of education. I have heard the whole session. Dr. R.T. Badere, resource person, he has analyzed the history of education, mainly Gurukul system mainly in our India. And after that, he has discussed about teaching learning process, and due to the impact of COVID-19 in this 2 years, mainly in 2020 and 2021, how the education system has changed, and all people face so many problems, and mainly in rural and urban. He has differentiated the facilities in rural and urban systems, mainly in the year 2020 now, but now in 2021, it has seen that rural people also, rural students also has found their sons in online process of education. In these discussions, I think all participants and all students are benefited with these discussions, and I am personally very much I am thankful to all the organizers for taking this chance to discuss about these topics. Education can stimulate the economic growth less directly in increasing innovation, productivity, and human capital. Education also has a history of fostering positive social change by encouraging things like political participation, social quality, and environmental sustainability. At last, I convey my gratitude to the learned participants who have delivered knowledge-provoking lectures and resource persons who also delivered knowledge-provoking lectures in different sessions. Your lectures will benefit our society and country. The teachers and staff of Rangapara College and also the teachers and staff of College of Arts and Vigan, Indapur, Pune have done a tremendous job by arranging such an international e-conference. I thank you all for this occasion, and I also convey my thanks to Coordinator Dr. Prashant Savare for his painstaking in this seminar. Professor Dr. Ranjan Kolita, Principal, has informed me that Dr. Prashant Savare is laborious, very much laborious professor, and I again thank you all for giving me this chance. And I think that in future, again, there will be such type of seminars jointly with College of Arts and Bhigan, Vindapur, Pune, and with Rangapara College. I thank you again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It is always very pleasant to hear you, ma'am. Thank you so much for all the encouraging and resourceful delivery. As we are now moving towards the end of the session, so we would like to, now we are going to to hear from our respected participants.
Hello.
Yes.
Dr. Geetram sir, actually I want to ask feedback form. I am not received any feedback form.
Okay, ma'am. Actually, we are the function is not, the program is not yet completed. So you will get the feedback form after the completion of this session. Thank you so much. Well, we are now heading towards our next session. As we are moving towards the end of our today's session, now we would like to hear from you, our respected participants. For that, I would like to request some of our participants to share their experience with us about our today's conference. We want to hear from some of our participants. Thank you so much.
Hello, good afternoon, sir. Hello.
Good afternoon.
Hello, sir. Yes, sir, you are fully audible, sir.
Okay. Good morning, all of you, all the dignitaries of the valedictory function, and dear participants. I am Professor P.S. Devkule, Department of English, Chhatrapati Shivaji College, Satara, Maharashtra, India. On this occasion, I would like to give or appreciate the organizers of this seminar. Today, College of Arts, Bigwan, Maharashtra, and Rangapara College, Amaripabari, Assam, jointly organized one-day multidisciplinary international e-conference on changing perspectives of language, literature, science, and social science. At the outset, I congratulate all the organizers for giving us knowledgeable feast for selecting multidisciplinary topic, which is innovative idea in the current situation or modern situation. All the resource persons of all the sessions, Dr. Paul sir, Dr. Ashok sir, Dr. Bedre sir, are very knowledgeable and also passionate about the subjects of their topics, and they also offered very valuable information. Really, I am very happy to say that the subject
The webinar has given new dimensions, innovative ideas, and also giving us more and more information of the current issues. In the first session, Sir talked about the outbreak of COVID-19 in Bangladesh from the social point of view, which we people suffering all over the country and all over the world also. Sir also, Dr. Ashok sir also talked about earth sciences, which is the realistic topic. As a teacher of English, I got new idea from the scientific temperament. In the last session, Dr. Bedre sir discussed about the education, challenges of education in this pandemic period. And in this pandemic period, we are suffering, students are suffering more how to learn and get the knowledge, but still, sir has given some ideas, some clues to reach to the students. No doubt, all the sessions, all the 3 sessions were excellent and provided very valuable information in concern about the topics. There is good coordination, technical arrangement, also very excellent. I really enjoyed the program. So on behalf of me, I thank you very much for organizing multidisciplinary research topic. And also, I appreciate all the principals, both the College of Principals, IQAC coordinators, seminar, webinar coordinator, conference coordinators, and all the persons who are giving us very good and nice opportunity to listen all the resource persons of this conference. I once again thank you all of you for giving me an opportunity to express my views. I appreciate you, all of you, for giving us good opportunity to listen this seminar. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. If anybody more want to say something about today's conference, then they can.
Hello. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You are absolutely audible.
So a very good afternoon to all of you. I am Dr. Prakash Jyoti Saikia, Assistant Professor, Tezpur College, Assam. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to attend such an informative conference and provide my feedback. I have attended all the sessions and I personally found the conference a very useful and relevant one. It has added to my understanding of the current trends and perspectives regarding education, social sciences, and what should be the future direction in this regard. I would also like to congratulate both of those colleges for organizing such a mega event very successfully. And I know for sure that it is going to be beneficial for all of us here. We all know that COVID-19 has caused a major breakdown of order in almost all the organizations, and the condition is that most of the countries, and especially the third world countries, are facing a paralysis kind situation in almost all the spheres. But on a positive note, thanks to the pandemic for causing a major disruption in our traditional thought patterns and compelled all of us to think and act outside the box. And I think this is an opportunity for all of us to embrace some of the innovative strategies to significantly address the emerging complexities. So I thank all the resource persons from bottom of my heart for discussing such a relevant issue in this difficult time when the world has been embroiled in this global pandemic. And personally, today's lectures have made me all the more aware and informed. So I would like to give a thumbs up for this event. Thank you very much. Hello, sir. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes,
good
sir.
afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hello, sir.
Actually, sir, I want to say in the last of this webinar, and you all a very nice presentation in this
Thank you. Thank you,
literature
ma'am.
seminar and multidisciplinary seminar. And I am Ekta Keshri, and I am assistant professor in the Hari Sahib University, Gorakhpur.
Okay, ma'am. It's glad
Actually,
to
ma'am,
hear
I
from you.
want
Thank
to,
you so
yes,
much.
actually, sir, I
Yes,
want to
yes.
share my views on cultural diversity. Cultural diversity is based on Sanskritization. Different societies, cultures, living status provide Sanskritization and develop culture values, which is derived by the different aspects. As like Assam is a different people, Meghalaya is a different people, Pashchim Bengal is a different people. So all of these two is the basis of the Sanskritization, and our countries know the culture's values. So India is the country of diversity and promote varieties, and this is specialized in all over world. But some personality polluted this position of our country as like a political affiliation, social dilemma, and lots of things which is polluted our Sanskritization. So first of all, we have to protect our Sanskritization. We have socialized. In the COVID-19 pandemic, all of these things, doctors take a high fees, hospitals take a high fees, and pharmaceuticals company take a high fees for a medicine and equipment, oxygen cylinders. So this is show a lack of humanity. So first of all, we increase our humanity. Then after we can achieve any goal for our country. If you don't have an humanity, you are a doctor, you are a professor, you are a lawyer, and lots of things. But you don't have a humanity, so you can't success, because our Sanskritization culture only basis humanity. This is not mean what is your culture. This is not mean what is your value. This is not mean what is your status. But this is a mean you are a good human being. This is a basis of our society. This is a mean of Sanskritization. But some personality polluted this totally, and some types of diva and celebrities do a very wrong things. So take a film, cherish, and say, this is very good. I am a brand ambassador of this particular brand. I am brand ambassador of this particular brand. But don't show what they do. But this is don't show, and media also not show this. So this is a drawback of our country. And without this success, I can't approach any Sanskritization. First of all, we have to correct our social values, culture values, and increase the humanity. So our perspective, we dependent on the Western culture as a short pants, pizzas, Chinese burger, foods, these types of things, and forget our Sanskritization. So this is a lack of humanity, because we don't know about our India. We don't know about freedom fighter who independ our country. Without their effort, we can't anything. Without their effort, we can't be take anything in our country. So first of all, we have to understand what is the nation of India. First of all, we know about our culture, values, each and everything basis of only our psychology. So first of all, we have to increase socialized personality. If you socialized in your home, if you socialized your office, if you socialized in your university, so you can achieve everything. But if you earn ego lots of, I am a doctor, I am professor, you can't do anything. First of all, we have to follow this aspect. We are a good human being, and we can do everything. And this is a drawback. People don't understand this thing. Doctor understand, I am a god. I am a god. Lawyer understand, I am a god. So this is a ego personality, and this is a drawback. Our country can't do anything, and this is not develop any culture. This is not develop any values. So first of all, I want to say, rephrasing and represent all over world, our country is India. India is the divine country. India is a know of the various types of culture. So we have to increase this thing. We have to continue this process. We have to spread this process. First of all, parents, doctor, teachers, every professional understand this thing. We live in country India, and know this aspect. We are a superior culture. We are a superior Sanskritization. First of all, we have to understand in own basis. Then we can say our children, you live in India. this is our Sanskritization, this is our value, this is our culture, then any nation can be developed, then any nation can be progress. So, sir, I want to end my this view and thank for all of you because your view is very standard, very nice. So I am not too prepared, but something only I want to say. So I see this. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your feelings. Actually, if we go through the definition of a human being, humans are the social animal, right? And I believe that the essence of being a human is to love, is to care, and to spread love, and to share. So if we can care somebody, if we can spread the love with someone, then definitely I think we are going to be happy in our future life. Thank you so much for your feeling that you have shared with us. Thank you so much. Now, if anybody more want to speak something about our today's
Good evening,
conference,
sir.
they are most welcome.
Good evening, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
A very good evening to all dignitaries, resource persons, respected principal sir of both the colleges, College of Arts, Bhigwan, Maharashtra, and Rangapara College, Rangapara, Assam, and my fellow participants who have joined this conference. I express my gratitude and heartfelt thanks for organizing such a beautiful international e-conference during this pandemic. We all are indoors due to the COVID situation these days, and by staying indoors or staying at home, still both the colleges and the organizing committee has made it possible so that we can join and learn a lot of things from this conference. At the same time, I'm also thankful to the organizing committee for making an opportunity for publication of research papers, which is very unique in case of e-conferences. We have given our papers for a peer review, and hopefully the good papers will be selected, and this conference has made us learn many things. Resource persons from Africa, Bangladesh, India, and we have learned a lot of things from this. We have learned how to cope up in this pandemic and lead a good and safe life. In fact, how to come out of mental stress and be active in this pandemic. This conference, in fact, is a day-long conference, and it was so interesting, productive, and effective that the day has become fruitful for all of us. The organizing committee has organized it so well and effectively that there was no technical issues, and the whole session or the conference was a grand success from my point of view. So expecting that we can participate in such e-conferences in future, I congratulate all the participants and all the members who have made this conference a grand success and made it possible so that we can join and learn valuable and informative things from these conferences. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing so encouraging lines with us. I will definitely like to say apnake onek dhanyabad. If anybody more wants to speak some lines about our
Apnake
today's...
onek dhanyabad.
Thank you so much.
Hello, Dr.
Yes, sir.
Am I audible?
Yeah, sir, you are audible.
Okay. I want to express my feedback.
Yes, sir, sure.
May I say?
Sure, sir.
Okay. Respected all the dignitaries present here. At the outset, I would like to congratulate both the organizing colleges, Rangapara College and College of Arts, Bhigwan, Maharashtra. The conferences have so many things I have learned from this conference. The resource persons delivered their lecture in some new domains of COVID-19 and in some other aspects. So I have learned this conference helped me to know various positive aspects of pandemic and also it helps me to delve into a new domain of knowledge. So hoping to have such kind of academic lecture or discussions in near future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your thoughts and feelings with us. Your words means a lot. Thank you so much. We would love to listen from more of our participants. If anybody wants to speak,
last one.
Good afternoon.
Yes.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Am I audible?
Yeah, you are absolutely audible, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Pamela Sharma from the Department of English, Rangapara College. As we know, this COVID pandemic has accelerated quite a bit, but on a lighter and positive note, it has also given us the opportunity to interact with each other for academic activities in this way, in this manner. And today's conference, actually, we have to say that it is already a grand success, because all the technical sessions, they were so valuable for us. Now, I would like to say that the keynote address by, I'm sorry if I cannot pronounce his name right. I was a bit hesitant, actually. Babulale Ayodele Samuel already set the tone of the conference by his very intriguing and a very stimulating speech. Then all the technical sessions which we went through, all the 3 technical sessions which we went through were very valuable to us. Because I'm a student of arts, something about science which we learned today, I'm sure it will give us new ideas, new thoughts, new perspectives. Moreover, the last technical session, which really touched my heart, by R.T. Bedre, I think everybody enjoyed it quite a lot, because it dealt with the problems which we teachers, we go through, and especially during the COVID pandemic. It's true for all of us, the challenges which we meet, the opportunities which we have to take, the flexibility which is expected of us. All these things, the way he went through it, it really touched my heart, and I'm sure it gave a valuable lesson to everybody. I would also like to take the opportunity to thank our principal sir, Dr. Ranjan Kalita, our Charu Saharia ma'am, Dr. Charu Saharia Nath ma'am, our vice principal Ranendra Mohan Deka, Dr. Mahadev Walunj, Principal, College of Arts, Bhigwan. And I have been hearing quite a lot about Dr. Prashant Chavre, sir. Thank you so much. And also all the other organizers, the participants, the resource persons, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your thoughts. Yes, sir?
Now we will come to the end.
Yes, exactly. Now, thank you so much, participants, for your valuable feedbacks. Your feedbacks will definitely help us to give our best in the future endeavors. Now we have reached to the end of our today's International E-Conference. I would like to request our respected Rakesh Sarkar sir to welcome Dr. Prashant Chavre, Assistant Professor, Department of English, College of Arts, Bhigwan, Maharashtra, to deliver the vote of thanks for the today's E-Conference. Over to you, Rakesh sir.
Thank you, Gitartho. Thank you. Thank you, participants, to give your suggestion through feedback session. Now I come to the end of the session. Next session will be vote of thanks. So I now would like to Dr. Prashant Chavre sir will deliver the vote of thanks. Over to Prashant Chavre sir.
Thank you, Rakesh sir. Good afternoon, all. I'm Dr. Prashant Chavre, one of the convener of this international conference. And now the organizers of both the colleges had given a very important responsibility, because after the grand success of this international conference, it is really challenging to thank all those who had contributed for the success of this conference. So first of all, I would like to make a comment that this conference is really, we can say, international, because in this conference, resource persons from different countries, Nigeria, Bangladesh, India, participated in this conference, and that's why this conference is a really international one. Now, in the final stage, definitely it was a challenging task because organizing international conference jointly, especially because one college is in the northeast of the country and the other is in the south or west side of our country, and the physical distance is thousands of kilometers. So in such a situation, organizing these conferences was really a challenge. But due to the overwhelming response of research persons, researchers, and a fine collaboration of the teaching and non-teaching staff of both the college, made this conference successful. We are overwhelmed by the response of the researchers who had sent their paper, and the number is more than 180. So this is a very good response given by researchers. We are very happy that this conference was inaugurated by Honorable Harshavardhanji Patil, former Minister of Maharashtra, and in the valedictory function was chaired by Honorable Dr. Charu Saharia Nath Madam, President Rangapara Education Society, Assam. Listening to both these dignitaries is really a nice experience, we can say. We are really learn many things from their speech. So I thank Honorable Harshavardhanji Patil sir for inaugurating this function, and I also thank Honorable Dr. Charu Saharia ma'am for giving such a wonderful piece of speech and guiding us, being with us for more than 2 sessions. So I thank ma'am. Thank the keynote speaker, Dr. Babalola Adwell Samuel sir. He was not only present in the first session, but in the next session also Dr. Babalola Adwell sir was present, and I thank him for showing such a great interest in our conference. So thank you, sir. I thank resource persons of various sessions, chairpersons of various sessions. I thank principals of both the colleges, of College of Arts Bhigwan, Dr. Mahadev Valun sir, and Rangapara College Principal Dr. Ranjan sir, showed great interest in organizing this conference. I thank because the success, we can say, of the conference depends upon how do the participants give response. So we had seen that how the participants had given a positive approach or positive response to this conference. I thank Professor Tanaji Devkule, Professor Prakash Saikia sir, Professor Ekta ma'am, Dr. Pamela Sharma, Dr. Kunal Sharma, Professor Suchmita Paul ma'am, and all these had, and so many other. I'm sorry because we can't give more opportunities because so many people wanted to talk about this conference. So I thank all those who had given their verbal response, we can say, or verbal appreciation, and I am definitely sure that all the participants who are present in this conference definitely had the similar kind of feeling. So I thank all of them, those who had given verbal feedback and those who had given non-verbal feedback also. I thank the CDC members of both the colleges. I thank Professor Santosh Mane sir, Professor Popat Nagare sir for technical assistant. Finally, I thank Professor Dr. Rakesh Sarkar sir, with whom I am just connected with him from last 2-3 days, and such a fine tuning we have in these few days. I thank Dr. Gitarth Kaushik sir for conducting such a smooth session, and I thank all the professors, teaching, non-teaching staff of both of the colleges. It is really, we can say, Indo-African conference, because people from India, Asian and African conference, because people from Asian continent and African continent are participated in this. In this conference, different issues are discussed, and I feel the participants at least got answers of few questions. We cannot claim that everything is clear or everything is just, we can say that every problem is solved. But this conference is just a beginning, we can say. It is not the end, but it is the beginning, we can say. I hope and expect the same kind of love and cooperation from all. And as Principal Dr. Ranjan sir said, and as President Dr. Charu Saharia madam said, that this is also the beginning of collaboration between College of Arts Big One and Rangapara College. We will continue this collaboration in future also, madam. So I thank all those known unknown who had made their contribution to make this international conference successful. So thank you all. Finally, I request all you to stand up for national anthem, and I request Professor Santosh Mane sir to play the. So stand up for national anthem. I think there is a technical problem, so we'll start. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for actively joining in our conference and to make it a grand success. Wishing everybody a good day ahead. Stay safe, stay healthy, and take care. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.